reparations, we need vacations, we need blue strips for all the time we spent waiting. We gon' kill for what we owe, Joe, we not playing. Mr. President, I think it's time we get paid. I watch all of my people die. Why your people try to act like we commit crime? Get killed on TV, got our kids scared to go outside. It's time you pick a side. Before we turn this bitch up, Mr. President better fall in line. Yeah, we don't need loans, we need what we owe. We need police to stop killing sisters inside their home. And when it happen and we burn this bitch down, they need to stop telling us we was wrong. Ay, and we need unity. We need the government to stop bringing drugs in our community. They better stop playing, we not the ones. You got guns and we got guns. We'll kill if you play with our funds. Yeah, how we supposed to restore when they won't give us more? When they got knees on our necks when we walk out the store. How we heal when they go to the park, kill a 12-year-old boy. For killing, we ready for war. Yeah, and we need reparations, we need vacations, we need blue strips for all the time we spent waiting. We gon' kill for what we owe, Joe, we not playing. Mr. President, I think it's time we get paid.
Peace, peace. Greetings to you all. It's your brother Naheem, BKA Lord Abba, AKA Mr. Just the Fact. My lighting is a little off, man. Something ain't right. I don't know. The built-in, I think it's the built-in green screen. Y'all bear with me for a moment. Let me see. I guess that might be a little bit better. Let's see. But anyway, family, yo, peace to my brother Cash 504. That's definitely a bop. You know, we need reparations. It's just as simple as that. And we want to speak today about policy. We want to speak about some of the policy proposals that are being pushed by both the Republican candidate and the presumptive Democratic candidate. Kamala Harris is still the presumptive candidate. So we want to speak about some of that today. So y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share the video out, let people know that a conversation is going to be had. We're going to look at some of, being that Kamala doesn't have a platform, to whereas we can examine what her policies are going to be, which we know what those policies are going to be, is cookie cutter stuff. We're going to take a look at a text message that many of the people that the Democrats are texting on behalf of Kamala Harris, asking what issues concern them most. And if they're interested in a Kamala Harris presidency, we're going to look at some of Agenda 47, the Trump policy proposals, and see if these are things that we can utilize or see if these are policies, let me say, that will help benefit our people. I'm trying to think and talk and do everything at the same time. If you would like to become a member of the YouTube channel, hit that join button. Dre, what's good? What's good, bro? Sister Isla, what's going on, man? Already shouted out to bro Cash 504. Brother Vince Jefferson, what's going on, man? Share the video out. And I don't know. I think I'm ready to get to it. I'm waiting for the bros to come on. But before I do that, I want to open up with this, right? There was a federal report that was published in 2020. It was titled "Income and Poverty in the United States," and it looked at the numbers, the data from the past year. And the study showed that in 2018, 2 years before COVID now, that 42% of all quote unquote Black men aged 25 to 34 earned less than the $25,100 needed to provide for a family of four above the poverty line. That's 42% of all Black men aged 24 to 34. Now, in this study, I don't know if they account for the prison population. I'm not sure. But if you're doing a true study, then I'm pretty certain you would want to flesh that out, right? You would want to say non-incarcerated Black males. And being that I didn't see that in the study, then I can assume that they're including these men, these young men for the most part, in this 42% who earn less than $25,100. Now, this is important because we're asking the questions about what our men want and what our men need insofar as raising a productive family. Then we must, as men, examine the policies of these candidates and how and if these policies will benefit us as men. We know for a fact that one party preferences women over men, preferences specifically Black women over Black men, or as we like to say, freedmen women over freedmen men. So we want to take a look at those things, because how will we as men be able to take care of our families? And are y'all trying to make women head of household? Right? About 10 years prior to that, NPR did a video, an interview with a civil rights legend by the name of Roger Wilkins. And, you know, he served under Lyndon B. Johnson back in the days as well. So, you know, he knows a little bit, and he got to watch us at our, I don't want to say heights, but he got to watch some, what's the word I'm looking for? He got to watch us be a little more productive. And then he got to see us get that productivity stripped away from us. And he said this, he said, quote, "We hear Black people talking about Black families falling apart." Now, this is a main talking point on the right, but surprisingly, now that Kamala Harris is running, the left, the Black Democrats especially, I heard the most simpiest stuff coming from Brother Reggie from Sanetta's channel the other day, man, and it echoed the stuff that a brother was saying in our Twitter space a week ago, where basically it's okay to just lock up Black men, forget the causes, the conditions, etc., etc. You know, they did the crime, so they should do the time. And they're saying this as a way to justify what Kamala Harris was doing out there with her aggressive cockerel policies, right? That mainly targeted our men. And that's a fact. And y'all make sure y'all tune in this Sunday before I read. We have Sheree Peoples coming on to the BTP platform for an exclusive interview with Be the Power. This is the sister who was locked up under Kamala Harris's truancy laws. I spoke with the sister earlier. This thing has layers. It's a compounded issue that starts with the children and then works its way up to the parents. And at every level, it is disastrous for our people. So make sure y'all tune in this Sunday for that. But let me just get back to this quote that he said, because I thought it important. He said, we hear people talking about Black families falling apart, but we don't want to hear anybody talking about putting Black men to work, giving Black families the economic wherewithal to stay together and raise their children. I want you to think about that statement. I want you all to think about that statement, because that statement, when you contrast it with today's political climate, today's social climate, to whereas we're going to only empower the women, especially Black women. We're going to fight for abortion to make sure, but we're going to also fight to make sure that the women have the means as single mothers. There's a lot of contradictory statements going on here. So when Roger Wilkins says we hear people talking about Black families falling apart, now we hear it on the right, but when we're hearing it on the right, it's coming from a bad place. It's being used in a pejorative sense, as opposed to what do we have to do to fix that problem. But we don't hear about that on the left. On the left, as we heard with Ketanji Brown Jackson during her nomination process in front of the House, she was asked what is a woman? And she pretended. This woman pretended to not know what a woman is. When we looked at the Black Lives Matter platform, we seen that it was woman heavy. And they started coming up with these new terms, birthing persons, etc., things that a real man would never accept. No real, and this is why you're starting to see an uptick of our men looking at the Republican Party with the very long stare, because they want to know if the policies that are being pushed is going to help. And this is why the left has to consistently say Project 25, Project 2025, Project 2020. That rhetoric is starting to die down. We did a breakdown right here on Be the Power. Trump has distanced himself from Project 2025. We're no supporters of any of these candidates, just to be clear, but we are supporters of our men taking care of and raising their families. We absolutely support that. So if your policy positions are not in line with what we as men support, then we're going to mute out the background noise, and we're going to put the horse blinders on, and we're going to look at policies to see which policies better suit our people. I want to read that quote again. He said, but we don't hear anybody talking about putting Black men to work, giving Black families the economic wherewithal to stay together and raise their children. That is something I do not hear from the left at all. We went through Project 2025, and as draconian as some of them crazy measures are, a lot of it did focus on the reestablishment of the family unit, the nuclear family. It did. And in my mind, I'm looking at it like, well, I can take this, get rid of all of this white Christian nationalist nonsense and reformat it so that it can read like good policy for my people, the American freedmen, and the things that we need to do in the uplifting of our families. So, Sister Riri, what's going on, sis? Again, y'all make sure y'all share the video out, click like on the video, subscribe, etc. So we wanted to come on and we wanted to give a breakdown to some of these policies. And there's a sister by the name of, and I'm gonna give the sister a shout out. I'm not too familiar with her platform, but my brother Ali, BTP Ali, he was on her platform with Brother Marcel. And shout out to our brother Marcel. Y'all make sure y'all support our brother Greg Marcel Dixon and his run against what I like to call a teacher's pet, and Jim Clyburn down there in South Carolina in the 6th district. You already know, man. We're gonna have a commercial pumping for our brother really soon on the Be the Power channel. So y'all make sure that y'all look out. Y'all make sure that y'all look out for that. So let me see. What do I want to do? Oh, this. Let's pull up this sister's tweet real quick, because this is important. And I want to do some comparative analysis. Dre, what's going on with you, brother Dre? Let's do some comparative analysis. So this is the sister Sabby Sabs, and she did this tweet a few days ago. She said, I just received a text from DIM Assessment, which included this survey. Look at the options listed for top issues. Notice economy or inflation isn't listed. That's the number one concern of voters. Those other issues do matter, but how the hell do you omit economy right now? So I wanted to see what they had and if these issues actually, because I don't believe that these issues that they have listed matter to us. So let us take a look at these issues. Let me see. Hopefully y'all can see that clear. And I don't think I'll be able to blow it up if I click on it like that. So maybe I will come out of it and let me see. Maybe it looks better like this. Let me. Yeah, it looks better this way, much better. Okay, so let's read through this. Codifying Roe v. Wade. Codifying Roe v. Wade. Now, this is really interesting because somebody asks, how do we know it's legit? That's a good question. That is a good question. But based on everything that I've heard on the campaign trail of Kamala Harris, everything that she said is on this list. Every single talking point on this list is what she said: codifying Roe v. Wade, expanding access to birth control, passing paid family leave. I didn't hear her speak about that. Expanding the Supreme Court, working towards racial justice, protecting voting rights, passing gun reform, protecting LGBT. And if not, Dan Hoffman, please school us up and let us know if these things are not what she is going around saying on the campaign trail. I've heard it with my own eyes. Eric Quarles said Cherokee and Creek Freedman from Wichita, Kansas is in the house. Shout out to our Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, etc. Freedman cousins. We, I like to say we were separated at birth, if you will. Those that were enslaved, our people, our ancestors that were enslaved by the 5 slave holding tribes. And this is why you get the term Chickasaw Freedmen, Cherokee Freedmen, Choctaw Freedmen, Seminole Freedmen, etc. So, okay, my bros is having some problems with the StreamYard link. Let me see. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me put another one in here, and hopefully this one will work. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, so codifying Roe v. Wade. So what I want to do here is I want to go to this sister's video, and her name is Melanie King, and this sister has a lot of dope content, and I want to make sure, because we're using content from her channel, that we give her a proper shout out. Go subscribe. She's one of the few sisters that seems like they're not drinking the Kamala Harris Kool-Aid, etc., etc. So I want to go to her video because I think she captures, right, codifying Roe v. Wade. Is this something that's possible, or is this merely another impossible campaign promise? Let us see. Let's. Oh, what did I do? Let's pull this up again, family. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all hit that share button. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, Be the Power. So let's go. This is from the sisters Melanie King's channel, and her headline reads, Kamala Harris and troubled Democrats terrified for voters to find out campaign is built on huge lie. Now, remember, that's the first issue that Sabby Sabs shows in what she said she received from a Democratic assessment poll. So let's get into this.
And we who believe in reproductive freedom will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
As the fate of Roe v. Wade hangs in the balance. On Wednesday, the Senate voted 51-49 against codifying Roe. Every Republican plus Joe Manchin, or is that including Joe Manchin, voted to block the Democrats' bill. But sometimes it's not a matter of having the ability to do something. Sometimes it's really a matter of having the will. When then Senator Barack Obama was on the campaign trail in 2007, he said passing the Freedom of Choice Act, a bill that would have cemented the right to choice as law of the land, was important to him. How important? Have a listen.
What would you do at the federal level, not only to ensure access to abortion, but to make sure that the judicial nominees that you will inevitably be able to pick are true to the core tenets of Roe v. Wade?
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing that I do.
Oh. That's crazy. Hold on. Oh, fam. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me switch account to my premium account so there's no ads. My bad, y'all.
And we who believe in reproductive freedom.
So we see the pandering, right? That somehow this issue of abortion is supposed to be something that we should get excited about. I want to show the hypocrisy. I want to show that this thing that Kamala Harris is leading with, which is the first point that was on that dim assessment show by Sabby Sabs, Mr. Hoffman. In this video.
Joe Manchin, or is that including Joe Manchin, voted to block the Democrats' bill. But sometimes it's not a matter of having the ability to do something. Sometimes it's really a matter of having the will. When then Senator Barack Obama was on the campaign trail in 2007, he said passing the Freedom of Choice Act, a bill that would have cemented the right to choice as law of the land, was important to him. How important? Have a listen.
What would you do at the federal level, not only to ensure access to abortion, but to make sure that the judicial nominees that you will inevitably be able to pick are true to the core tenets of Roe v. Wade?
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing that I do.
I want you to pay attention to the enthusiasm. The enthusiasm of when Kamala speaks about codifying Roe v. Wade, and when Obama says it. Why is abortion something that we cheer on? Have we become so brainwashed as a people, especially our people, that this deleting our babies in the womb is somehow an accomplishment? This is a policy prescription. I just don't understand the enthusiasm behind it. But let's continue.
Well, guess what? It wasn't the first thing he signed into law, but it was still a top priority, right?
Freedom of Choice Act is not my highest legislative priority.
Whoa.
Oh. Well, if there was ever a time to codify Roe, the start of the Obama administration was that time. President Obama won the White House by an 8 million vote margin. He came to office with hopes and dreams and a mandate. In fact, upon his inauguration in January 2009, Democrats held the White House, the Senate, and the House for the first time since 1993. They even had a filibuster-proof Senate majority. That would have been the perfect time to protect the landmark ruling from a decades-long Republican effort to undo it. But they didn't do it. They didn't do that. They didn't pass that bill. Then in the 2010 midterms, Democrats got crushed, shellacked, as President Obama said, and never again had that large a majority.
Hey guys, it's your girl Melanie.
So,
and one of the
I mean, we see, and I think she plays some more video. Let me see, because I want to get to that. But you all hear and have all just heard, right, where they lied. Obama lied. And then he said, well, that's not my first legislative priority. That's not a high priority on my list, after standing up in front of the Planned Parenthood sign saying one of the first things that I'll do is XYZ on abortion rights. It's a lie. I don't understand why our women, or any women, especially our women, though, would get hyped up about this. It's just it's baffling to me. Since 1973, for every one of our children that were born, one was aborted. That is a 50% halt in our population growth over that time. Our numbers are threatened. I'm gonna pull up some stats in a few minutes. why is this something to get excited about? Why not reparations or funding initiatives that will directly affect the American freedmen if you're not going to do a reparations program? This makes no sense. We are fighting as a people. We're fighting for liberal policies that white people, they're the ones having those issues, not us. Our issue shouldn't be about deleting our children in the womb. Our issue should be about us raising our families. You have people, women like Ebony K. Williams that have a platform on, I believe that's the Griot. Somebody could correct me on that if I'm wrong, talking about women, Black women especially, should forego the process of having a baby with a man. Get your weight up, meaning your money weight, and get in vitro fertilization. And this way, you don't have to deal with men. You can just be a single mother. After the right and the left for decades railed against single motherhood, especially among our people. So how is it that you have a person that's given a platform to whereas they are pushing for this in vitro fertilization and the prospect of raising a child without a man? These people are anti-family. They're anti-family. And we have to call it for what it is. We have to call it for what it is. Let's play a little bit more of this.
To do the ability of Republicans.
Like I'm living in the upside down.
So why didn't they try and do it when they had the power and maybe the votes too? Perhaps they didn't notice that Republicans had pushed since the Reagan years to overturn Roe. Or maybe they took it easy, underestimating, as they always seem to do, the ability of Republicans to manipulate the political system to get what they want. Obama's vice president, Joe Biden, was clear in his support for Roe v. Wade, even though he's a practicing Catholic and doesn't personally support abortion. Then Vice President Joe Biden is now President Joe Biden, and sadly, he doesn't have the votes to overcome a Republican filibuster. That's the reality. So you'd expect him to now get behind abolishing the filibuster to save women's reproductive freedoms, would you not? Not quite.
President, can it do away with the filibuster to codify Roe?
I'm not prepared to make those judgments now about, but you know, I think the codification of Roe makes a lot of sense.
What I heard there was, now is not the time. In fact, and I'm sorry to say, you'd never know what a critical matter this is if you look at just the president's Twitter timeline over the past week or so. Since a leaked draft of Justice Samuel Alito's ruling was published on May the 2nd, Biden has tweeted plenty about inflation, internet expansion, manufacturing, you name it. But only on 2 occasions in the last 10 days, has he tweeted out about the fact that after 50 years, millions of women may have their reproductive rights stolen. And perhaps for generations if nothing is done to stop it. His latest tweet from yesterday says, quote, "To protect the right to choose, voters need to elect more pro-choice senators this November and return a pro-choice majority to the House so they can sign their Women's Health Protection Act into law, codify Roe v. Wade." That tweet came after the Senate failed to pass a bill codifying Roe on Wednesday. Joe Manchin, our trusted Democrat in name only, voted with Republicans, but the failure of the bill to pass was ultimately because of what else? The filibuster. That's what stopped so much legislation. Yeah, the one that Biden said he's not ready to decide if it's time for it to go or not. When there's no will, there isn't going to be a way. That sadly was the story of President Obama on abortion in 2009, and it's the story of President Biden today. After the draft ruling was leaked last week, a viral tweet captured the sentiment many are feeling right now in this moment when it comes to Democrats asking people to vote for them. Quote, "How can your response to this be vote, LMAO? We did. It literally didn't work."
I wanted to bring this to light because I'm starting to comb back over.
All right, so we see that these people are spreading hypocrisy. And my bad, y'all. I hit the wrong stream link. So y'all bear with me because I have to change the title. I hit the stream link for this Sunday. So y'all just bear with me while I correct I correct this error. But yes, we see that there is, and I wonder if that's the reason why the bros can't get on the link. I would hope not. I would hope not. But let me fix this. Jeez, that is a bad mess up. That is a bad bad mess up right there. Let's see. BTP talks politics. Presidential election. Stop sharing. 2024. I have to delete all of this. Save changes. Boom. All right. So hopefully I got that. Hopefully I have that fixed. Y'all let me know how it looks on YouTube. If you can still see it the same way. Because I'll just mess that whole thing up. And I want to make sure, because I have the wrong thumbnail, etc., etc., etc. Okay, I'll fix all of that after the video is over. But this is not the interview with Sheree Peoples. This was the live stream for tonight with us talking politics. That interview is this Sunday. So y'all make sure, tune in. We're going to be having an exclusive interview with Sheree Peoples. I got to make sure I say her name right. And speak to the Kamala Harris's truancy laws and how it has devastated this sister's life and the life of her child. Black C, what's going on, brother, man? BTP Riri is in the building. What's good? What's good? Let's see. Let me see. Now I'm just all thrown off right now. So I want to go back to Sabby Sab's post real quick. I want to present that post, and I want you all to look at that, right? Codifying Roe v. Wade, expanding access to birth control, passing paid family leave. I want you all to think about those top three items. Those top three items are crucial, right? Because they're contradictory. The first two, well, they go with each other. Abortion and birth control. But the next one, that doesn't comport with the first two. It just doesn't comport at all. So why would you need paid family leave if you're aborting your children anyway? It makes no sense to me. And let's close this out because I want to share some statistics. Let's close this out and let's share some statistics. Share some statistics when it comes to our people. Now, let me blow this up. Let's blow this up a little bit. Let's blow that up. So, as you can see, the Black population in the United States has grown at a slower rate than other groups in recent years, but there has been growth in some areas. This guy in a Twitter space the other day trying to debate with me about our people's numbers. I'm like, man, we eat, breathe, and sleep this stuff right here. Sister Shanna, what's going on, sis? You know, we eat, breathe, sleep, and breathe this stuff right here. So you can't tell us about this. But these numbers are crucial in the understanding of the genocide. Some can actually use the word ethnocide of our people. Some people like to falsely use the word ethnocide because they believe that Black immigrants that use the term Black represents ethnocide. That's just BS. It's just BS. ethnocide is ethnocide. Black was never an ethnic term. And anybody that says that, come up on this BTP platform. I'll give you the link, and I would like for you to show and prove. Black is not an ethnic term. Black American applies also to people that come from other places. So for those of you, again, that feel that this is the proper terminology for our ethnic group, I'll drop the link in the chat and you come in and show and prove. Let me know by putting your comment in the chat. Come on YouTube, because that's where I'm going to put the link at. So let's read this. 2010 to 2019. And I didn't understand these first two lines, because it's 2010 to 2019 and then 2010 to 2020. So let's read it together. And we're looking at the different sources: Brookings Institute, U.S. Census Bureau, Pew Research Center, and USA Facts. The Black population grew by 8.5%, while the Asian population grew by 29%, and the Hispanic population grew by 20%. 8.5 in a 10-year period. And Asians, their population group grew by 29%, and the Hispanic population group grew by 20%. Then it has this 2020. It says the Black population grew by 5.6%, which I don't really understand these two data sets right here, and it's AI generated. So, but this one is even worse than the first one. The Black population grew by 5.6%, while the Asian population grew by 35.5%, unless they're saying that in that 1 year we had a precipitous decline in population growth. And that could be what it's saying over a 10-year period, because the first one is showing us over a 9-year period. While the Asian population grew by 35.5%, and the Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander population group grew by 27.8%. The non-Hispanic Black population grew by 6%, which was slower than the Hispanic population's 23% growth and the Asian population's 36% growth. I want someone to explain, and for those that may be liberals in the chat, that are Kamala Harris fans, et cetera, that are going to vote for her. I would love for you to come up on this platform and show me how abortion how it's a policy prescription. I would love to see that. These other groups are growing. Think about what I just read. And I want you to go to the third point on this list: passing paid family leave. Our numbers are not growing. 8-point-something% and 5.6%. Our numbers are not growing at all. So who would benefit from paid family leave? All of the other people that I just mentioned. In the statistics, you got to start putting two and two together. This is a genocide that's happening, and in many cases an ethnocide, as they're trying to import our replacements, people that look like us but who are not like us. They're from other places. They are of immigrant stock. We have to see this for what it is. Let's run through the rest of these real quick. Expanding the Supreme Court. So the Democrats want to expand the Supreme Court. Okay, we got brother, I think that's Ibrahim. Oh no, that's brother Ali. So the Democrats want to expand the Supreme Court, brother Ali. And the only reason why they want to expand the Supreme Court is because they don't have enough conservatives on the court. Now, when the court was a liberal leaning court, the court was fine. When the conservatives pushed for expanding the Supreme Court, oh no, we can't expand the Supreme Court because the right is looking for an unfair advantage. So they're saying what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, or what's good for the gander ain't good for the goose. What's being said here? This is the hypocrisy of the duopoly that is United States politics, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. But my point here is to show the hypocrisy of the Democratic Party. Why do you want to expand the Supreme Court? Because you don't have enough justices on there? When it was liberal and liberal leaning, you were cool with the numbers. You didn't have a fair election process. You know, Charlemagne Ali went around saying that Donald Trump is the greatest threat to democracy. The whole time that Charlemagne was saying that, the DNC were excluding other candidates from running against Jim Crow Joe Biden. Excluding them. Told them
Absolutely.
What's your thoughts on that, bro?
Well, first off, let me know, bro, if you can hear me all right.
Much better clarity, etc., etc.
Okay. Well, I'll say this, man. You know, that's been the talking point as far as the Democrats and their fear-mongering tactics, is that Donald Trump is the greatest threat to democracy. But it's like we were speaking about earlier. This person who is the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party was not chosen by the people to be the nominee. She was selected by the Democratic Party to be the presumptive nominee when they could have had an open primary to let that process play out, the democratic process. So here we have people who are caping for the Democratic Party talking about a threat to democracy, when the fact of the matter is what we're dealing with right now is the greatest example of how they can take democracy away from the people in selecting a candidate for you. And the bad thing about it is you can't question it. As far as the Democrats are concerned, they don't want you to question it. They don't want you to make demands. I don't know if you want to bring up what we were talking about in terms of what we were looking at on Instagram earlier with the sister Yandy from Love and Hip Hop, and what you know, when she was giving her speech, I think it was in Atlanta, they were on the steps of the city hall or something like that, and they was talking about the sister that that just got murdered by the cop. And Yandy has some things to say about Kamala Harris as our quote unquote candidate, you know, and black women, the sisters was going at her for saying that our people, she wasn't just speaking on behalf of black women, she was saying our people have demands, you know. But if you read the comments under the video clip, they were really going at her, you know, the quote unquote sisterhood. They going at Yandy for saying that she has demands, or that we as a people should have demands of Kamala Harris in terms of putting in place some executive orders that would be beneficial for our people, you know. So it's just really bad. And the people, yeah, exactly, subversion of democracy. Absolutely, brother. You know, they subverted democracy. They don't want you to question it. They selected the candidate for you. You're supposed to roll with it. If you question it on any level, forget about whether or not she's black or not. We don't even have to go into that. But question her on any level. Act like you actually want to do politics. Act like you actually have demands that you know, things that you actually want in exchange for your vote and support and quote unquote saving the democracy that they just immediately took from you. So, you know, they want to cancel you. They want to go at you. They want to call you all kinds of names. And so I see a great divide right now. I don't know what the hell these people are thinking on the left, but it's not like it used to be. And I'm seeing a lot of sisters pushing back. A lot of sisters are pushing back.
Shout out to the sisters that's pushing back.
Shout out to those sisters. I'm really happy to see that.
Yes, man. Shout out to the sisters that's pushing back. I mean, it's been amazing to see the sisters that have posted up images saying, you know, I am a real Black American woman, and we do not support Kamala. Hashtag never Kamala. They did it wrong, and Kamala is unpopular. Like we told the Democratic Party that way back in 2019, and now all of a sudden there's this resurgence of energy to whereas, you know what, Black women, we're gonna get you to play the divide and conquer that we've been trying to get y'all to play for the past 20 years. And that it's what happened. You know, those women that suffer from what I call boss bitchetes, they on it right now. They are on it right now, boy. They stomping for Kamala subliminally and outwardly. Subliminally and outwardly.
I don't really care for Amanda Seals, right?
That's
I don't
right.
care for her or some of the positions that she's taken about our people in the past. But the stuff that she has said recently about Kamala, whatever, Harris, she's right about. She's right about. And you should see the way the quote unquote sisterhood has came for her, right? The sisterhood, they done came for it. The same way that you see them coming after Yandy now for saying we have demands. Like, they're like, how dare you talk about demands on this woman that wants our votes to help her get into office? How dare you talk about having demands for her? Like, you can't be choosy. I've seen all kinds of comments like, you can't be choosy. They're telling her that she doesn't understand government because presidents somehow are limited in their powers to issue executive orders. So now they want to teach her about how executive orders can be overturned by the Supreme Court because it's subject to judicial scrutiny, which she knows that. We all know that. The Congress can undo, you know, an executive order, all of these things. Oh, she's an embarrassment. She's an embarrassment because this is what they're saying. The sisterhood. This is the sisterhood coming after her because she's saying we have demands. She said, I saw Trump put in place a number of executive orders. So I don't want to hear any excuses about how Kamala's hands are tied once we put her in office. I don't want to hear any excuse about how her hands are tied. I don't want to hear any excuses about Congress. We need Congress to do this and to do that. No, she's like, no, I've seen a number of executive orders put in place by Donald Trump, and we had to deal with them. And so the fact of the matter is, the same thing applies here. Through executive power of that particular branch of government, this woman can put executive orders in place. And I've been on it telling them, listen, she can impanel a commission. Presidential commissions have been created numerous occasions. Biden himself created the presidential commission on the Supreme Court, right? Same thing with Trump. Trump created a commission, I believe, on the Supreme regarding the Supreme Court. The Kerner Commission, the famous Kerner Commission of 1967, I believe it was a presidential commission created under Lyndon B. Johnson through executive action. So we don't want to hear that. So my thing is, impanel a commission on reparations specifically for the American freedmen families in the United States, and it will pass judicial scrutiny based on the fact that narrow tailoring is at issue, and we can make sure that that's understood. So the fact of the matter is, Yandy was right in what she was saying. It was nothing wrong with saying, hey, politics should be an exchange, right? It should be we need to engage with each other. You don't just get to tell me, you don't get to just select a candidate for me and then pretend I'm supposed to go along with it with no demands, nothing in taxpaying citizens of the United States are supposed to just take that without question. And then they have the nerve to talk about Donald Trump as the greatest threat to democracy. They're playing in your face. You're talking about playing in your face.
That's right.
Come on, man.
That's right. Ibrahim, what's going on, bro?
What's up? What's going down?
Yeah, we looking at these policies, man, and I went over the first three, especially codifying Roe v. Wade, expanding access to birth control, and how it is antithetical to point 3, passing paid family leave. And I show the numbers that show that our population is barely growing, 8 point something percent. And I'll just say 8+% in one generated study based on actual credible sources, and 5.6% in another generated study. And while other groups like Hispanics, 29%, or Asians, 29%. And depending on which line you looked at, it was 30%. I mean, it was just crazy. And who would benefit from paid family leave then? Not the people that are getting rid of their children. It would be the people that are still having children and growing the population. We have to reverse this. And this is why we have to have our political candidates. We have to really become politically active. Y'all stay tuned to Be the Power, because we are bringing it. We've been bringing it. We took a hiatus because we had to, because there's a lot of on the ground work that needed to be done that we don't speak out in public for all of those people that ask, well, what is Naheem doing? Go to the About Us section on usadof.org if you want to read about what Naheem is doing. So I want to run through this real quick, and we're not going to get into any of it like in detail, Ibrahim, unless you want to jump in. But I just want to run through the rest of it. Expanding the Supreme Court. I was just saying how when the liberals had the court, they didn't want to expand the Supreme Court. Now that the conservatives got the Supreme Court, they want to expand it. Working, now this one is a doozy. We could flesh this one out.
That's a strategy to do nothing. When Biden first got elected and they understood that there was a conservative Supreme Court, and they knew what direction the Supreme Court was going in. She shows it in the video, right? But they immediately asked Biden, "Are you going to pack the Supreme Court?" Right? And he said, "No, I'm not going to pack the Supreme Court. I'm going to try to push my policies. I'm going to try to reach across the aisle and deal with Republicans like I've done my whole career." He absolutely emphatically said, "I'm not going to do it." Biden only said he would consider, and he didn't even say he was pack the Supreme Court. He said he would pass legislation that still need to be signed from the House and the Senate. And he know he's not going to get it passed, right? They're going to shoot that down in a heartbeat. But when he was campaigning for his second presidential run, he was proposing that he was going to submit some legislation or push some legislation that would be submitted to the House and the Congress that would allow them to be able to put term limits on Congress people and some other stipulations. My issue is when you had the option to do something, to absolutely do something, right? And this is a continuation from Obama and before him. Just like Obama, when you had the House and the Senate and you was the president and you could have codified Roe v. Wade, right? You said it was a priority before you became president, but then you become president and you say, well, it's not a priority. And it's definitely nothing that I've done, right? My first 100 days, I let Rahm Emanuel run my first 100 days, and I sat around on my hands and did nothing as he closed hundreds of schools down in Chicago. But anyway, when Biden had the option to do it, he chose to do nothing. Now that he doesn't have the option to do it and he can't get it done, he's saying, well, we're going to try to reach across the aisle. How did reach across the aisle work when you tried to do student loan forgiveness? How has reaching across the aisle worked when you tried to pass those stimulus cuts? Well, they just kept making him go back and go back and go back and come again, and they was putting all type of things in the bills that would support them. And then Biden just got bullied. Not only did he get bullied by the right, he got bullied by one congressperson in West Virginia who have a constituency of less than 1 million people. Like how do you do that? And now that you're running on a second campaign, you're going to say, now we're going to turn around and we're going to get things done. And we're not going to get it done by using the bully pulpit. And we're not going to get it done by packing the Supreme Court. We're going to get it done with bipartisan support. They just blowing smoke up people. And you see Kamala Harris, she picks up where he left off. And she's saying the same thing. We're going to get it done. How, the question that should be asked is, Kamala, how are you going to get it done? Not that you're going to get it done. How are you going to get it done? So we can see if you're blowing smoke up or not. Because I guarantee you she's going to say, we're going to reach across the aisle. We're going to get it done. Listen, I don't know if she knows, but people on the right was not ready for a woman president in 2016. No way in heck if she was to be able to come president of the United States of America. Remember what they said when Obama became president? That we're basically we're going to give this man hell, and whatever legislation he's going to push. I'm trying to think of the Speaker of the House, Paul. Was it Rand Paul or I can't remember it. Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan said we're going to shoot everything down this man proposes, and they did. You know, Biden. I don't know why I said it. Obama be having these legislation that's packed with things that could benefit his constituency and some other stuff for his donors. He really benefited his donor class, but one thing was his it's not Medicare for all. It was the ACA bill that he got passed. The what we consider to be Obamacare now, and it became Trump care and then Biden care. But Obamacare at the time, man, they put that back in his face so many times. When he finally got it passed, he made so many people that was running for office and that supported him and sacrificed for him pretty much walked the plank. And everybody say they lost the House and the Senate, but they never talk about how they lost the House in the Senate, because Obama sacrificed people so he could become president and he can look good. And Obamacare was a way that he did it. And so they don't have a success rate of reaching across the aisle and getting things done. So I would ask Kamala Harris, how are you going to get things done?
And let's run through these points. Damn, I couldn't change the title. We got 140 people watching on Twitter, 141 people watching on Twitter. If y'all can come over to the YouTube channel, Be the Power, subscribe to the channel, click like on the video, click the little bell icon next to the subscribe button so that you can be notified every time Be the Power goes live and drops its dynamic and unique content. Our perspective, I think, is very unique, and it's needed in this day and time. Come on over to the YouTube channel. We're trying to build up the numbers on the channel as well. I know I say it every stream, but it's a fact. We're popular in the Twitter sphere, where we have political discussions, and this is why we have 142 people watching on Twitter right now, but we're trying to build up those YouTube numbers as well. So y'all make sure y'all come through. What's going on, Sister Roz? We got 180 live watching right now. Okay, it said the title has changed, but not the cover photo. And let me just, my bad, everybody. Tonight is not the Sheree Peoples interview. I set it up for Sunday, but I clicked on that link instead of the one for tonight. So I tried to change everything up. The Sheree Peoples interview, the woman that was adversely affected by Kamala Harris's laws, we will be interviewing her this Sunday. We're going to have our sister Roz on with us as well, helping to conduct that interview. Shout out to the Friedman family all across the country. So let's get back to this real quick. And I want to run through this, and then I want to pull up not Project 2025, Agenda 47. See how the media does it, right? They tied the Trump thing so much to Project 2025 that when I went to speak about Agenda 47, I was about to say Project 2025. Okay, working towards racial justice. It's 2024. And you're telling me that we're still working towards racial justice in the Democratic Party, which means that you failed at it, and that nothing in this administration, as I post video after video up of cops during this administration still beating on our people. I just put a video up on my Twitter wall of a cop. They were beating this brother up, and then the cop pulled out his gun. They have the brother subdued in the prone position and put the gun to his head. Shout out to our sister Nikki Johnson. Queen B, what's going on, sis? You got the family up in here. We have the family up in here tonight. So that, I mean, this is all bogus. Protecting voting rights. Again, I don't know too many people. I don't know any people, to be honest with you, that have had any problems with voting, passing gun reform. What does passing gun reform really look like? You know, they've been saying this for years. Obama, again, had the House, the Senate for 2 years. Biden had the House and Senate and the House and Senate for 2 years. They did nothing. They did nothing. Protecting LGBTQ plus rights. How much more rights do they need? I'm just saying, how much more rights do the LGBTQ plus community needs? They are seeming like the most protected people on the planet Earth. They're more protected than Israel by the United States of America. If you ask me, passing Medicare for all, I thought that Obamacare was Medicare for all. Somebody help me on that one. I thought that's what the ACA was. Medicare for all.
I think they're trying to get progressives behind Kamala Harris, because I could have sworn in the last election they told Bernie, take your Medicare for all and take your new Green Deal, and that's what it looks like the last 2 points are.
Expanding
and she's not
Social
saying,
Security.
this is interesting because she's just putting this out there and she's just saying, what's interesting to y'all, because I don't really have no position when it comes to policy. But I also say this, I don't think these things are antithetical. Sometimes when I entertain people and I have a mixture of like kids and adults, I'll have something for the kids and something for the adults. And I think this is what Kamala policy is going to end up being, right? I got abortions for Black women. I got paid family leaves for Latinos and Asians, right? I got something for the LGBTQ folks, right? I see it's an assortment of things, right? But it's not a la carte. You don't get to pick and choose. No, this is what I got for you. This is what you get to pick from. This is what you get. And it's funny because y'all was talking about the Yandy post. A lot of Black women on that post say, we don't need anything. We don't. If we want something, we'll just do it ourselves. So it's like, what's the idea of even voting then if you don't want anything? Because I guarantee you, she won't get another group on a phone call to raise millions of dollars, and then they at the end don't have to ask. Everybody has to ask. Everybody has to ask. You don't get people and then people just say, oh, we don't want nothing. We don't want nothing. But the thing is, this isn't even what Kamala is proposing. She doesn't have an agenda platform right now, so you can't hold her to anything. But I'll say this, though. If you compare her racial justice to Cornel West's racial justice, under Cornel West's racial justice, when you click on it, he has reparations. Hers just says racial justice. What does that mean? Justice for brown people, justice for people of color?
The Supreme Court has already told us that we can't do racial justice anymore. That's a wrap. It's a wrap. Just can't do it. So what are they talking
technically about? Doing justice for any race would equate racial justice.
A rising tide lifts all boats. So these are addressing climate change. Like none of this stuff matters to us. And Ibrahim, I believe that you're correct when you say what you just said, insofar as this is just a way to get the progressives behind them. Because I mean, what is this? You talked about a la carte. I mean, what are you choosing from? Snail, chitlins, a bunch of things that a lot of people who don't eat. I mean, come on, man. I don't want to try to freestyle some stuff off top of the head. But like Brother Parain said, no agenda, no vote. Shout out to Brother Parain. Shout out to our brother DJ FaZe in the building. We look forward to having that brother come back on the platform as well. Josh, I mean, before we go to Trump's Agenda 47, what do you think about these things? And we looked at codifying Roe v. Wade, expanding access to birth control. We know that they target that to our community. I pulled up some statistics earlier that shows that our rate of growth is like between 5 and 8%, while Hispanics is between 20 and 30, and Asians is between about the same exact number, rate of growth in this country. So what are your thoughts on this list? And for those that say real quick that the Democrats, how can we authenticate this? Many of these things are what came out of Kamala Harris's mouth. And according to this sister, Sabby Sabs, and I don't believe that she has any reason to lie. This is her tweet. Do you approve of Kamala Harris? And which issues are, this is from a Democratic assessment survey. And these are the things, a lot of these things are what I heard Kamala say. What are your thoughts on this, Josh?
Can you scroll back up? I just want to see what
okay.
So it says, it's just slightly, because it says, which issues are currently a top issue to you? I mean, it's kind of like, I'm naked, right? And I don't have no clothes, not one single item. And I'm telling you, like, look, man, I need some underwear, I need some socks, I need some pants. I need a shirt. It's cold. It's wintertime. I need a thermal. I need a coat. I need a hat. I need some shoes. And instead, they ask you, okay, which items of clothing work well for you? We got some rubber bands you can put on your wrist. We got this flag, this banner you can wave. We got a headband. We got a pocket square. You know what I'm saying? We got some chapstick. I'm naked. I need some clothes, and that's why I feel like our people we're not asking for a lot. I mean, some of the stuff, yeah, it would be nice to have a pocket square once you got a suit, once you got a t-shirt, once you got a white beat or something. I can't go outside wearing a pocket square when I ain't got no pockets to put it in. I can't. I don't have a belt to hold pants up. So like all this other stuff, it's not what we asking for. It's not what we looking for. It's funny because it's not hard to find the data that shows what our people are looking for. It's not hard to look on social media and see which conversations sparks the most interest. But those are that's the stuff that they always avoid on these type of lists, because that's something that they don't want to they don't want to do. They don't want to invest their political efforts to do. And it's probably usually out of fear of I don't even want to get into all of those reasons, but it's usually out of fear of not being interested in doing anything like that. Because what that means is you're signaling to the rest of America that you're trying to remove freedom from the bottom. And that's not what, when I'm looking at this, none of these that are listed have anything to do with removing freedom off of the bottom of America. Working towards racial justice.
Towards it, Josh.
You're going to work. I'm going to work towards getting up in the morning, and you know what I'm saying? I'm going to imagine if the Uber driver sent you a message back, I'm working towards driving, getting to my car and turning my car on. Yeah.
I'm still in the crib right now. I'm working towards it.
That way you can't come back and measure them on anything. I'm working towards it. Only I know my progress. I'm not gonna let you measure me on it. This is one thing though is that Kamala has 3 months to get her campaign together, get rolling. She raised $1 million from black men on that call, right? Maybe not. I don't even know how you vet that.
There. I gotta stop you right there, bro. Think about this. This is something I don't hear nobody talking about. Can we do math? Can we do math? If you got 44,000 women on a call and you don't raise nothing but $1 million, that's telling you about freedom right there. That's telling you who you have right there. Let's do the math. $1 million divided by 44,000 people. That's like $22 a person. So if you get 44,000 people and you making a big news thing, imagine if you had 44,000 white people on the call and all you get was $1 million. Imagine you got 44,000 Asians on the call and all you get is $1 million. Imagine if you got 44 and the people that's talking about they were on the call, these are not people that's living in a cardboard box. This is not people that, you know, barely got a cell phone. These are not people in the homeless shelter. These are people that claim they coming out the gate on fire, and they're supposed to be media people and figureheads and people a part of sororities and fraternities. All you get is an average $22 a person. That's not why. And how is it that we can brag about that? That shows you, number one, where we are. That shows you what they think of us, and it shows you that people weren't really that fired up. Yeah, $1 million ain't no money. $22 a person.
And it
Hey,
wasn't
what you said
Kamala who
earlier?
said
Wait, hold on.
anything about it.
Ibrahim, what you said earlier, that was money for the jet fuel.
Man, that was money for luxury hotels and jet fuel. That wasn't no money. You know, you got to think about. She raised about $100 million, $1 million from
Altogether.
black men, and $1.5 million from black women. So about 2.5% of the money she raised in the last 7 to 10 days came from us, right? And that's why you don't have nothing on the agenda. You're not going to buy your way into politics, and you're definitely not going to do it at the end of the game. Kamala's coming in late, and she needs to build a robust campaign, get everybody galvanized, and get boots on the ground, you know, and that's what she's doing. When you go to what used to be Biden's agenda, when you go to Act Blue, when you go to Kamala Harris's web page for Kamala for 2024, it's just donate and volunteer. This is how you donate, and this is how you volunteer. Have you ever phone bank? Have you ever did this? Have you ever did that? Do you know how to read polls? You know, she's trying, but this is the problem, and this is a problem in our community, and this is a problem with Yandy's post. There's no policy. There's no policy. I just don't see how everybody is energized to get behind her, and there's no policy as of yet. This would be the perfect time to say, hey, this is a sinking ship. But hey, don't worry. We'll go down with the ship as long as you fight for us and at least put some things in our interest on the top of your agenda and go out like hell fighting for it, because you did come into this with $90 million to begin with, right? And that's those are numbers that we never gonna be able to raise. So yeah, I give you $2 million if you give me access to that $90 million any day. But we're not even politically astute like that. Another thing is that, you know, this is my issue with it. You know, why are we defending Kamala Harris and she doesn't have an agenda? I'm not saying you have to be anti anybody. I'm not saying you have to hate your politicians, right? But this is quid pro quo. When you look at that Yandy tweet, all Yandy saying, and I thought this would be interesting because Yandy's a black woman. Yandy's a celebrity. Yandy comes from the elite class, but she's not as elite as Kamala Harris. And we all know, you know, a lot of times, especially on the left, because they placate the black women, that black women stick together when they on the left. Like those Democratic black women stick together, right? They were the one who told Biden, hey, we'll support you, but you have to pick a black VP. So he said, I give you somebody that's blackish. But anyway, when Yandy came out, Yandy was talking about is her name Massey, the woman that just was murdered by the police officer. After she told she would rebuke Satan and all of that. Yandy was talking about that specific incident, and she said, we're going to support Kamala, but we need Kamala to protect black women. We need Kamala to step up and do things for black women. And I thought that message would resonate with black women. But what I see is that there's a hierarchy to this stuff. It's elitism first, and then it's black women, right? You got like white supremacy, the elite space, and then you got black women. They pretty much told Yandy, shut the hell up. We don't need anything. Matter of fact, one lady on the tweet replied, like, if we want to do something, we need to do it ourselves. Nobody's waiting on government to save us. Then turned around and in the next sentence and said she works in government. She understands how government works. And I'm thinking, like, what do you do? Deliver mail? Are you a meter reader? Because nobody works in government is going to say, we're just going to do it ourselves. Look, if I don't know what she does. Maybe she works for a political campaign or for a state legislator or something. I don't know. But I'm saying if she does have any idea of government work, I bet if she didn't get her check, if that check don't get deposited today or tomorrow or whenever it's supposed to get paid, I bet she's not going to say, I'm just going to do it myself. No, she's going to say, hey, I need to be talking to somebody, one of my supervisors or something to get this thing done right. She understands, like, you did something, they owe you. Nobody is owed more than our group. and they're wanting us to do more work before we got paid for the work that our ancestors did. This is like egregious, man. This is like politics for dummies.
Indeed. All right, so let's pull up. Because I got a hard stop at 8. So, and I want the conversation to keep going because I signed up to hear what these brothers are going to be saying on this call at 8 o'clock. So, Josh, check the private message or the inbox. But I don't know if I want to go because we've already read. Yeah, because I do want to talk about the NABJ. But being that we read from Kamala's platform, let's get into Agenda 47 and let's see, because I didn't see anything on that assessment, if you will, from the Democratic Party that spoke to me as a man in this country. I didn't see anything on that spoke to us as a people in this country. I didn't see it at all. So let's see what Trump's Agenda 47 looks like. And let's see if there's some things on it that we agree with, things that we could say that, okay, well, this may be worth my vote, because nobody wants us to vote based on policy. Everybody wants the men to shut up. They boy, oh boy, I'll just be listening. I'll be going around just listening to a lot of stuff, man. And I'm surprised, disappointed, and not shocked at the same exact time.
Wait, Naheem, I think you got the wrong page up. That don't say Project 2025.
What did I say? Did I say Project 2025?
Nah, he joking.
Oh, okay. Because I keep messing up. So, because this is what they're trying to tout as Project 2020. So let's go through this. Let's blow this up some. All right. So, number 1, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. This is number 1 issue. Now, of course, this is not a survey, but again, if we take Kamala at her words as she's campaigning, then most of those points from that survey is things that we've heard come out of her mouth already. So we know what her policies are. We know what the DNC's policies are. Seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. I'm with that. I'll read briefly, and I'm gonna put this link in the chat. And this is from the National Bureau of Economic Research, the 1982 to 2000, and we're in 2024. The 1980 to 2000 immigrant influx, therefore, generally explains about 20 to 60% of the decline in wages, 25% of the decline in employment, and about 10% of the rise in incarceration rates among Blacks with the high school education or less. The more immigrants come, the more we take to the streets. I've been making it my duty to where when I'm out and I'm driving and I see construction sites, to take pictures of I'm gonna upload them when I get enough to show, to back up what I'm saying when I say that immigrants have taken over the workforce, jobs that we've done, especially at construction sites where you can make a good enough wage to help build your family up. They don't want us to build families up. And so giving the immigrant the incentive to come and take our jobs is what this Democratic Party is about. So far, I like what I'm reading right here from Trump's website. Seal the border, and stop the migrant invasion. I want to go to number 2, and then we can flesh it out. If anybody else on the panel have anything else to say. 2, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. I agree with the Trump platform.
I love it.
I agree here. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. # send them home. Send them home. And real quick, and I want to pass it around to the team. I feel, see, when they come to the United States, and Roy Beck writes about this in his book, Back of the Hiring Line, they do something called ethnic networking. And in it, when they get in positions of power, they put their people on over people like us who've been here from day one, whose blood saturate the trunk and the branches and nourish the leaves that is the American tree. Then, on top of that, they send remittances back to their home countries. They send remittances back to their home countries to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars per year, help stimulating the GDP of some of these countries. This is how much money, and I want all of you Republican right-wingers to listen to this, all of you who are against the reparations. They are taking the money that they are earning in the United States of America as we're being bypassed, sending it out of the country to the tune of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars per year. So much so that it is fueling the GDP of other countries. So are you trying to say that you hate us so much that you would prefer to see us at the bottom, like that scene in, what is it, Don't Be a Menace, while drinking your juice in the hood, while the Asian guys are strictly looking at the brothers? Hurry up and buy, right? They're mimicking the movie Menace to Society. And the whole time the white guy's in there stealing everything because he knows that their eyes are on the black people. There was a video done, a documentary on Vice about immigrants in New York City. This is back when the brother Michael K. Williams was still living. He's narrating this particular documentary. So the woman is speaking in Spanish. They're in New York City. And she said, no, we don't go in the malls where there's a lot of black people because the eyes are always on the blacks. We go into the malls basically where we're unassuming and we blend in. And this is how we steal and send barrels of clothes that they're stealing back to their native countries. Back to their native countries. So I want to pass it around to the bros. What are your thoughts on seal the border and stop the migrant invasion, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history? Wait, I didn't finish my point.
And go ahead and get to number 3 before you get into that.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to tell you why. Go
okay,
ahead.
I got you. So I'm going to round it out with this because I was speaking about ethnic networking. Why not take the skills that you've learned in this country, political science, engineering, electrician, etc., back to your own home country and build it up? Because this is what we would do. This is exactly what we would do. We would take and we would go back to our neighborhoods because this is what a lot of our people have done in this country since time immemorial. That's just the fact. End inflation, number 3, end inflation and make America affordable again. Go ahead, Josh. And then
now but before Josh
go ahead.
I just want to say something real quick. I'm looking at different sites pertaining to remittances. And you said millions, but in 2021, according to the International Organization for Migration, 2021, $717 billion. Well, that's in 2020. 2021, $791 billion. 2022, $831 billion in remittances. Then according to the migration data portal, 2023, $857 billion sent to foreign countries in remittances. So I think that I just wanted to put that out there because you said millions. I'm like,
Billion.
yeah,
My bad. My bad. Hey, family, before you go in, Josh, it's 250 people watching. Most of y'all are watching from Twitter. Come on over to the YouTube channel. Click. We got 204 people watching on Twitter right now. Come on over to the Be the Power YouTube channel. Click like on the video. Subscribe to the channel. Let's grow this thing. Y'all hear us spitting that hot fire. Y'all hear the men talking over here. We ain't trying to hear none of that other stuff. Go ahead, Brother Josh.
The reason why I wanted you to get to number 3, because that's the other thing that even, when I hear people talk, when I hear even Trump and people in their campaign, it's like, how well do you know these issues? Because I've never heard anybody make the connection between the immigration spike and inflation. See, that's an easy thing that if you understand economics, you would make the connect. You can make the connection, and it's not like just something off the top of my head. I mean, it's not only is it, I think it's good sense, but it's actually been studied, and that's the case. But you think about it. Excuse me. Anytime you increase the demand on something, you raise the price. So anytime you increase the supply of something, people, you increase the demand, the pressure that you're putting on for things like housing, for like goods. So if we already have a problem with, like, I think it's like 3 or 6 corporations that own like the vast majority of the houses that own, they bought up all the single family homes and the townhomes, and now we have a housing shortage for people that are trying to live the American dream. We're talking about they already are jacking up the prices. Then you pile on top of that an influx of people who now need housing on top of the citizens who are already having the trouble with housing. So what you do is you increase the demand for housing, which puts pressure on the price to go up. Anytime you have less of something, it costs more. Basic economics, and that's inflation. Anytime you have, think about it now, if you increase in the population by the millions, that's also increasing on the energy demands. You got more people that need to use your internet, that's searching on Chat GPT and searching on, on the web, and that's costing more in the data centers. Like, you got people that now those people need to eat. They need to go to school somewhere. So, so it's not just the jobs, right? They're also putting downward pressure on the wages. It's not just that. It's not just eating up the supply of jobs similar to housing, but the immigration has a direct effect on inflation. So I haven't heard the Trump campaign tie those two together. But if they were to do that, it would just make it like crazy for the Democrats, and particularly Kamala, to not have because when you hear Kamala talk about inflation, she has no response. Now, if you add on the immigration piece of that, and they're not even being made to answer for the problems with immigration on the Democrat side, they're not asked those questions. They get to be in safe spaces where they don't get to like have to face that issue. And the vast majority of Americans are pissed off about that, and that's why Trump goes to that first when he starts talking. But again, I would like the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign, for that matter, to talk about immigration, about sealing the border, talking about protecting the country, and talk about how immigration is negatively impacting the inflation problem. Go ahead, back to you, bro.
No, one thing you learn in real estate is there's 3 factors that increase the demand for housing. That's population, demographics, and the labor force, right? As the population grows, not only the population, but the demographics of that population, what kind of population is coming in. We know that families is coming in through immigration, through chain migration and other forms of illegal immigration. And then the labor market, what type of jobs are these people going to be working? We always get put in our face that, you know, they're taking these low wage menial jobs, but that's not true. Different patterns of immigrants get different levels of job occupancy. It's not just the low menial jobs, right? All Latinos in the California area, or 80 or 90%, don't pick oranges in California. That's not how it goes. They're doing construction. They work for the government. They are becoming attorneys. They're going to the universities. They're becoming nurses, right? We just seen, I don't know if y'all, I'm not gonna say we just seen, but there was a case in Houston where a bunch of Nigerian ladies got busted becoming nurses, right? They had some type of scam going on where they was able to get their nurse certification, and they was working in hospitals and in nursing homes and didn't know what they were doing, messing people up. But somehow they, you know, through whatever type of silo they had, they were able to, you know, all get in on the scam, and they were sharing that through their communities. So yeah, I just, you know, people need to understand that, and these questions don't get asked on the left. They only seem to be getting asked on the right, and that's fair to ask them on the right. You should be asking them on the right, but you got to ask it on the left as well. Another thing is that if you want to increase the supply of housing, there's only one way to do that, and that's through governmental policy. And that's why it should be getting asked on both sides of the aisle, not just on one. I think it's disingenuous, especially when you got a person that doesn't have an agenda, right? She should be asked about housing. She should be asked if she's going to support the bill that that will take the ability away from big hedge fund companies, right, from buying up all of these single family homes. And I can't remember what the bill is called. I have to pull it up, but pretty much over the course of like 3 to 5 years will make them sell all of their assets back to the citizens of this country, instead of them buying up the homes, hoarding them homes, and then taking people that would be homeowners and making them renters basically forever. You know, she should be asked what's her issue on inflation. You know, it shouldn't just be you have Megan Thee Stallion come out and do her little 1-2, and she get to point to Quavo, and she get to rebut Trump without being asked the same questions that Trump is being asked. Now, what I will say is that, and you know, I was listening to this scholar once, and he was saying, you know, things don't get better, they only get worse. One thing I noticed when I'm listening to Trump or Kamala Harris, they have a hard time articulating what their thoughts are and what their positions is on certain policies, right? There's a lot of gray area. If you even listen to Kamala Harris rebuttal from what Trump said at the NABJ meeting yesterday, there's this like extremely weird, awkward pause. And I kept seeing her do it, and she does it over and over and over. And sometimes she does it with that little giggle that she does. And I'm like, why does she always do this? And I finally like came to the conclusion, she needs affirmation. She doesn't have the ability to read the room like saying Obama did. She doesn't have the ability to, you know, be able to, and I think that's what Trump means when he calls her weird, right? Not that she's just weird, but she's kind of antisocial, and she doesn't have those social skills to kind of read the room. You ever talk to somebody that needs you to continue to affirm them every time? Like they're talking, and if you don't be like, yeah, they'll just stop and look at you. And so, you know, she is kind of weird in that way. But whatever the reason is, she's going to have to step her game up. She's going to have to be able to give an Obama speech, right? One thing that Obama was good at was giving good speeches. He could talk about nothing. Obama could talk about nothing for hours, and it would feel like, man, this man really said something. And then you go back through, you say he ain't say anything. He didn't promise anything. What happened to Trump at the NABJ, and I think we should get into that, is what also should happen to Kamala Harris. I don't think it's fair that we just get to, especially as a black community, that we just grill one side of the aisle and never talk about the other side of the aisle. To me, that's a problem. So that that's some of my issues. As far as Trump's agenda, I don't know what Trump can get past and what he won't get past, right? But I do like his stance on immigration. And we know that immigration has an adverse impact on the American freedmen community. It has an adverse impact on our unemployment rates. It has an adverse impact on our incarceration rates. So when Trump says black jobs, and like I said, he's not a good speaker, so he doesn't articulate it well. But what he means by any job that an American freedman is working, any job that a black person is working, at that moment, it's a black job. At that moment, it's a black job. If that job gets taken away by somebody else, it just went from a black person working that job to whoever else takes that job. I'm so sick of them making jokes about black jobs when we know black people, specifically American freedmen, have the highest unemployment in America. And we're sitting there laughing over what's a black job and what's not a black job. You know what's not a black job? It's not going to be a job at all. Because if our unemployment keeps going up and up and up, and we're not able to get jobs, there won't be a black job. There won't be a black person working a job. So I think it's just disingenuous that we don't have an ass. I think it's disingenuous that they can bring people like Trump to the NABJ and ask him certain questions, but then not bring Kamala Harris to the NABJ and give her that same level of scrutiny. I think it's fair. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. And I think they should play it across the board. Now, to be fair, she was supposed to come on a Zoom call and she didn't show up, right? So I can't hold them accountable for her not showing up, because maybe they would have scolded her like they scolded Trump. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. We know when Hillary Clinton came, they didn't ask her questions about Super Predator, right? So the idea that you could scold one side of the aisle and not scold the next, when Trump is the leading candidate to become the next president, right? This man could, like, more than likely, if things continue to go the way they're going, he will be the next president. So what are we doing here politically? We just want to get a viral moment off on him and then suffer for the next 4 years? Is that what you want? To say, I told you he wasn't going to do nothing for you, but you didn't ask for anything.
Yeah.
That would have been a perfect time to bring up reparations. That would have been a perfect time to bring up the issues that is pertinent to our community. And all you did was scold him on some racist stuff that he said.
Yeah. I mean, they could at least brought this up here. They didn't really bring up his agenda like we're doing right here. So we talked about the first three. Number 4, make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. You know, it's funny. When you listen to the stuff, it's like they wrote it like how Trump talks. Like he's always how Trump talks is like, oh, this is the greatest thing that anybody's ever seen, or like nobody's ever seen before, or the worst ever. Like everything is so extreme. That's how he sells the stuff. So it's almost like they wrote this thing like how he talks. But I mean, I have an issue with this. I mean, there's stuff that we rock with that makes sense, that we can see how ending certain practices actually help our community. So if you want to say that's conservative, I don't care what you call it. I'm just looking after the best interests of my group. But making America the dominant energy producer in the world, I mean, obviously we're Americans and we want to have, we want to be in the most beneficial position. We want our country to be in the most advantageous position, because that would supposedly mean that we would capitalize or take advantage of something. Like, you know, we would have the most jobs, we would have probably the lowest costs for energy and all that kind of stuff. But that's not how it works out for us, right? I mean, yeah, energy ends up being lower than in other countries, but gas is still high for us, you know. The other thing is, there's nothing on here that talks about the consequences of the type of energy that he wants us to keep producing, which is fossil fuels, and the impact that the manufacturing and the waste management of a lot of that toxic material ends up poisoning our community. So yeah, we want America to be stronger because we're Americans, but what about the consequences of that? And I don't necessarily hear the Harris campaign bringing that up, like how these toxic waste and the poisoning of our communities. I don't hear it bringing that up, and that's a place where they're dropping the ball. So to me, this is consequences to avoiding Friedman specific conversations.
Yeah, I think he needs to flesh that energy thing out. He's saying fracking, they're just going to dig. I remember Obama ran on clean coal technologies, right? And that never came to be, and how he was going to restart the Appalachian. And now Trump is saying fracking. We're going to dig on his first day. And it's like, okay, so what are we going to do about solar energy? What are we going to do about the wind turbines? What are we going to do about gasoline versus EV car? And that's what I mean. So much of these agendas are so ambiguous. So we just got to pick the things that's good for us and say, if I support this candidate, these would be the issues I'm supporting him on. These issues are ambiguous, and maybe these are issues over here is going to hurt my community, right? And it's kind of hard to have that conversation, because anything you say positive about somebody's agenda on the right, they just all automatically want to throw you in that MAGA category.
What's funny is when you said it's ambiguous, I was gonna ask, is there any drop downs to any of these these points that he has on any drop downs where they go into any kind of details explaining, what, like you're saying, what do you mean by producing energy? What kind of energy are you talking about? Like, obviously there's no drop downs for any of these points here.
There's a so this is like odd to me, but all of his agenda points, he does like 4 or 5 minute videos on them, and he's explaining what he means. But as far as somebody like actually putting pen to paper or typing it up on a document so you can like actually see and then putting that on a website, it's not there. It's him explaining it. So if you want to get more in depth, you have to listen to him speak for like 4 or 5 minutes, and that's labor within itself, right? Listening to this man belabor these points, because he just repeats the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? But I'm like, oh my God. So there's a long agenda 47 page, and after each bullet point is a like 4 or 5 minute video of him explaining, like getting into more detail to the best of his ability. At first, when I first heard it, I thought it was like a joke or something. I'm like, nah, I'm sure this dude like wrote it out. But no, he didn't write it out. He actually did video essays, I guess you could say.
Oh, well, you know what? I think we was wrong about that. There is it's not a drop down, but what they have is a PDF. Like if you scroll down to the bottom of the main page on his website, you'll see where it says read more about the Trump Republican platform, and you click on that, it brings up a PDF, and he kind of goes into explaining what it is that he means by this stuff. So let me just go to
Did you want to share that, Ali, or you want me to share?
Yeah. Do you have it up? If you have it up, you can share it.
Yeah.
The actual PDF, yeah. So we can look at that and read through it.
The PDF.
Because it's important to know what his actual agenda is, and not let the left gaslight you and keep saying Project 2025, even though he's distancing himself from it. He even fired somebody earlier this week that was a part of his campaign that was working on Project 2025. So you see he's trying to distance himself from it. But I think it's also important to know, we're suffering right now through Project 2020, and that's Biden's agenda. And this is not me promoting Trump or what Trump's done. I just want people to think back to 2017, 2018, 2019, right? Did you have anxiety when you went to the gas pump in those years? I could tell you the price of almost everything I buy at the grocery store nowadays. I couldn't tell you the price of stuff back then. With inflation becomes anxiety over like you know, do I want to buy one box of cereal or two boxes, right? I think they used to be like $3 maybe. Now a box of granola cereal is like $6-7, right? You know, it's just, and I think people
Slow
need to
down
say
some.
so. When you say Trump is going to kill democracy, it's like, are you going to be able to live through 4 to 8 more years of inflation like this? Are you going to be able to make it? And what does those living arrangements look like? And think back to a Trump candidacy. Was it better or worse than what Biden has going on right now? And what is Kamala offering? Is it going to be better or worse for our quality of life? And I think that's what people should have on their minds when they go to the polls, right? I'm looking at the agenda. I remember what it was like under a Trump administration. I'm living under a Biden administration right now. Which one can I endure through if Kamala doesn't have an agenda that separates herself from Biden?
Facts.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead,
Josh,
Ali.
scroll to page 8, because that's where they kind of get into explaining.
I see. Secure the border, enforce immigration laws, begin the largest deportation, strict vetting. They got all kind of
sanctuary
funny
cities.
language.
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. Stopping sanctuary cities business.
Ensure our legal immigration system puts American workers first. Chapter 3, build the greatest economy in history. Everything got to be the greatest in history, man. I'm with it though. Let's see.
At least he didn't say bigly.
Man. Cut regulations. See, yeah, you know, this is where it gets dirty, right?
Yeah, that's that small government rhetoric.
Right, and cut regulations. The regulations they want to cut are the ones that are like protections to make sure that the the wolves don't just devour out all of the chickens. You know what I mean? That once they open up the door to the hen house. There's a reason why that it's a regulation. You close the door, you got a lock on it, you can't open it. You can only let only let a few chickens out for the wolves at a time. You know, no, they want to like. So that kind of thing, we're not rocking with them regulations. We're not rocking with cutting regulations that, you know, monitor how much garbage you can dump into the water, that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Or regulations that monitor,
undoing the monitoring that Barack Obama administration put in after what they found from their DOJ report in Ferguson, and he wants to cut regulations while giving qualified immunity or bolstering qualified immunity for police. Like, nah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, make Trump tax cuts permanent and no tax on tips. Republicans will make permanent the provisions of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that doubled the standard deduction, expanded the child tax credit, and spurred economic growth for all Americans. We will eliminate taxes on tips for millions of restaurant and hospitality workers and pursue additional tax cuts. I mean, listen, we have a problem with inequality in America. So I don't know if tax cuts is, you know, we all know that ones who reap the benefits of the vast majority of tax cuts are going to be the people at the top 0.1%. So I don't understand how tax cuts is a priority, you know, nobody's really asking. We're not really asking for tax cuts. I mean, if anything, it would seem like the tax system needs to be made more fair to, you know, make it.
He need to make him and his buddies pay their fair share of taxes. You know, to me, this is him throwing a bone to his donors so they can be able to continue to hoard wealth. You already gave them the tax cut that allowed them to bring their money from offshore accounts back into America at a very, very low penalty rate. And now you know you want to. He's basically saying, "I'm gonna go back and codify that." Right? Like, no. So what you see, most of this agenda doesn't have any type of beneficial impact on us so far.
No. Reciprocal, well, other than the immigration piece, but chapter 3, the economic piece, nah. fair reciprocal trade deals. I mean, we don't even trade. We don't even have domestic trade. Freedmen businesses is basically an endangered species in America. We on life support. You know, we talked about the numbers of freedmen business, well, just black business in general. We don't even know the freedmen business numbers, but we don't do no trade. I mean, we don't. So that doesn't apply to us.
Yeah, one thing about a lot of the geopolitical stuff, especially when it comes to the finances in the industry, if you're talking about fracking, if you're talking about, you know, like this piece right here, that's not us because we don't run industry.
No,
it's not. It's you know, so.
And energy. I mean, look, it's hot as I don't know what outside, bro. Like this summer, it's been hot. It's been hot. I mean, last month of July, I can't tell you how many days I've heard the term record high, record high. So when I see all this, oh, we're gonna end market distorting restrictions on oil, natural gas, and coal. That's not what we need. We don't need to speed up global warming, in my opinion. I mean, I'm looking at that like, yeah, I understand. You know, when you worried about price, and that's a temporary fix. You know, to try to deal with, that's your fix for inflation. That's what, like, you got to understand that's not a viable long-term solution for our children. You know, I can't imagine, like, when my son gets to be my age, how hot it's going to be, and then when his son gets to be my age, how hot it's going to be. Is it going to even be habitable in a lot of these places? What is a natural disaster? What kind of hurricanes and all that kind of stuff? Like, I don't like this type of rhetoric, but it just doesn't make sense to me. How are we thinking about the future? Old people that only care about making money. They don't care about the damage done to the environment and who has to bear the cost of that. And, you know, people that are not fortunate enough to just uproot and live wherever as a king. Yeah, you're gonna get wiped out by the damage that, you know, increasing, like rolling back the paradigm on the use of fossil fuels, knowing the data and the impact on the environment. So anyway, let's keep going. Champion innovation, crypto. Yeah, people see that's a big time investment. You know, or people.
You know what's funny? A lot of people in our community act like they are doing something in the crypto community. And I know people that got some. I think it's called IRP or XRP or something that a lot of people that's been on my line been telling me about. I think it then went up a couple of cents, but that's not us either. I'm sorry, crypto is not us.
Yeah, I wonder. You know, I don't know if there's been any type of data collection to see, like, because crypto is not as, you know, it's almost has a privacy element to it, to where we're not able to collect proper data. But I wonder if you can look it up, Ibrahim. What is, like, the black wealth holding of crypto in America? I'm interested in that. Artificial intelligence. We did a whole program, or was it a Twitter space? I can't remember. Not too long ago, maybe like a few months ago, earlier this year, and I broke down how some of the major risks that we are going to face with artificial intelligence. And mainly that's due to our wealth position in America. Like, when it rains outside, if you want to collect water, you need to have, like, trenches dug. You need to have buckets. You have something to collect that water in. So, like, as they said, the rising tide will lift all boats. Well, if you're a crab, or if you got a hole in your little raft that you made, or whatever the case may be, you have one of them little inflatable joints, and yours got a hole. You at the bottom, and you get the bottom. Only thing that happens when they add more water to it is you increase the pressure on the bottom, right? You increase the pressure. That's basic science. And so, if we don't have businesses, if our businesses are not well capitalized, if we don't have if we're always on the jobs that are the most easily replaced, like, if we're too busy working and trying to pay bills, and we don't have a lot to expend on things that can help us run more efficient lives. All of these factors are going to have us crushed by artificial intelligence because those are the resources to capitalize on that new industry. I think I can't remember the statistic, but it was like by 20. I don't quote me. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna bring statistics, but it's the wealth gap is they've already projected what the wealth gap, how the wealth gap is going to be expanding on a yearly basis, just due to artificial intelligence alone, and it's in the tens of billions per year that it's going to be expanding. So
So what it says from a quick search is that 8% of blacks, African Americans own some type of crypto coin, while 62% of whites own some type of crypto coin. It didn't give the breakdown of what that investment median or was, but you know.
right, and so a couple things with that. First off, if let's just say the vast majority of that holding is like Bitcoin or Ethereum or some of the main ones that over time, despite the volatility, end up going up, right? End up getting new highs as people hold. What that means is we have a far less percentage of our population. If we're what 12, 13%, we're only 8% of the holding. So that's significantly less than we probably should be. And then I would like to see if they break down that data depending on what are the ones that we holding. Are we holding Bitcoin? Are we holding all of these, SHIT coins that we're trying to get rich quick on? So we put the money in, it's just a pump and dump, and then we left with worthless tokens. I know it's a lot of our people on that. Okay, let's keep going, expanding. And hold on a second here, Brother Ali. If you ever want to jump in, feel free. I'm just kind of going through these because it's a long list.
Oh yeah. Well, I was reading ahead, to be honest with you. I was looking at other chapters. I mean, within this particular plan, just looking at it, going over it.
Okay. I just see that Ibrahim, you got that other thing up. Did you want to read that, Ibrahim, or did you just were pulling up the data? All right. I'm gonna go back to this share then. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right. So expanding freedom, prosperity, and safety in space. Space. I don't know what it has to do with us. Let's keep going back over here.
Right.
We trying to.
There is some other stuff in some of the.
That sounds like Confederate rights.
Man.
Chapter 4, he's talking about housing, affordability, affordable health care, accessible higher education, low everyday costs. Let's see what he says.
This is very important because housing is hitting everybody right now. There should be nobody running for any political seat, right, on the federal level without having something about housing in their agenda.
All right, so here we go. Opening limited portions of federal lands to allow for new home construction, promote home ownership through tax incentives, and support for first-time buyers, and cut unnecessary regulations that raise housing costs. This sounds good, but we got to see the details on it because that's the thing. It's like, how do you want to do that?
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. That sounds like word salad right there. Because what you wanted to do is support a bill that would stop the hedge funds from buying off the houses. And not only that you build new houses, right? And I don't know where you're going to get this land from because we're not growing more land.
He goes into that in a later chapter. That's why I was saying when I was looking ahead, like he actually speaks to it with regard to the Asians buying up stuff specifically.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let's see. Where is that, Ali?
Hang on. It might be. It's one of the. Hold on. Let's see. What's it? Chapter 10? Let me look. Let's see. I don't remember. Strengthen alliances, national interests. because he's talking about cutting some kind of preferred status of China, which will
Oh,
hold
I
on,
saw
where is
some. I saw some on that up here. Yeah, man, it's a lot. It's a lot, to go through on this. And he talked about a lot of. Actually, he did a good job of getting through a lot of this stuff. Like he's memorized this agenda. He doesn't know how to talk through it with good details. But actually, why did I say memorized? He probably got a list he's looking through. But secure strategic independence from China. Republicans will revoke China's most favorite nation status, phase out imports of essential goods, and stop China from buying American real estate and industries. Yeah, I mean, but look, it's not just China. It's not China that is responsible for buying up all these homes. That's not China. Like there's a list. I don't have all the stuff on the top of my head. I got too much information. I got to flow through this.
There's a bill that's being proposed by two Democratic legislation, and it's the bill to end the Hedge Fund Act. If you want to do anything significant, right? And it's funny because it's on the left, but Joe Biden didn't pick it up when he was campaigning for his second term. And Kamala doesn't have an agenda right now, but I haven't seen her supporting this too. But if you read up on this bill, it said, at the inception of this bill would immediately put 500,000 more homes back into the hands of the American people to have the option to be able to go out and buy. And then every year or so often after that, it would dump more and more and more and more homes back into this until hedge funds have no control over single family homes, right? This is something that you need in this type of environment when the supply is so low but the demand is so high. China is not the only one doing
No,
it. The fact that he
it's
singles
mostly
out
America.
China, to me, it's hedge funds. And it's funny because a lot of these hedge fund organizations don't have, it's kind of like the Olympic Games. When you look at some countries, there's this hegemony on the way that the individuals who are competing from that country look. But when you look at America, right, it's like this array of different types of people, right? Even when you look, like, let's just take the USA basketball team for example. You got Embiid on there, right? He's definitely not American, but he's playing on the team. Is Bam Adebayo an American freeman?
No,
He is.
no, he's Nigerian.
So that's what I mean. When you got these headphones, you got an assortment of people from all different nationalities. So the fact that you just point to China, it's like, come on, man, that's not sufficient enough. No, we just need people who are part of hedge funds that have big money, who are not single family home buyers, to stop buying up single family homes. And those big entities, those financial institutions that did, we need them to be able to sell it at market rate, right? Because they can do it and go invest in something else, right? Because we, as being citizens of this country, we need homes to live in.
That's right.
excellent point, man. I agree with that 100%.
So I actually wanted to pivot because what he actually did was he covered a lot of this in the NABJ. And if somebody wants to take this and put it in the chat, I'm gonna put it in the StreamYard chat. If somebody can take that and put that in the YouTube
What's
chat,
that?
that'll be
The
cool.
link to this?
Yeah, to this PDF here. So y'all can read on Trump's agenda, and let us know what you think about it, what you like about it, what you hate about it. I don't want to keep going in on this because it's pretty long, and that's not, maybe on another program we can go a little bit more in depth, but I wanted to hear him talk about it, and hear some of the responses that the National Association of Black Journalists gave to his agenda, or what they tried to ask him about it. So I got that pulled up. Let me switch the share up, and we can hear what they got to say. All right. Share with audio, yeah. So normally this is Naheem on the ones and twos right now. Right now it's me. Let's hear this. Now I'm gonna make this run faster. So because it's 36 minutes and I don't want to have to take that much time. So I'm gonna make it, let's try it, see how it sounds with at double the speed. Can y'all hear this?
And anchor of the Faulkner Focus and co-host of
Yeah.
That's too fast. All right, let me do 1.5.
Number on Fox News, Harris Faulkner.
NABJ. Mic's on? Here we go.
They got an echo. See, they had an echo.
Good afternoon, NABJ, and welcome to a conversation with former President.
I hear it.
This discussion continues a decades-long tradition during election years of inviting journalists to discuss the policies and their impact with the candidates who are running for president, and the impact of those policies, especially in Black communities. Former Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton have attended the NABJ conventions either as presidents or as presidential candidates in past years. NABJ is currently in conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris's team to schedule a Q&A either in person or virtually in September. As we use opportunities like these, both to inform our reporting, but also to help voters understand the choices that they face in a consequential and historic election year. NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact check this conversation in real time. You can access that feed on social media using the hashtag NABJ fact check. Again, the hashtag is NABJ fact check. We have a lot to get to, and we do not want to waste any time, so let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump.
If you're a man who makes at least 150 grand a year and you're still embarrassed to take your shirt off at the
who did she say they had spoke to? I think she said Barack Obama and somebody else previously. Don't worry about it. Somebody in the chat probably caught it.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an
listen,
hour of your time. I want to start
off
by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys.
Wow, she started off
Black
like
journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful.
He's hilarious,
I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population.
He's quick on his toes.
Including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black.
There we go. The greatest program, one of the greatest programs ever. Everything got to be the greatest ever. Now, opportunity zones was not for us. Opportunity zones was for capitalists who we are a supremely underrepresented population of that class to win.
You needed capital gains to be able to invest in opportunity zones. So it's not we don't own capital, right?
No.
And we definitely don't make profit off that capital to have capital gains, right? Capital gains is, I'll just give an example real quick. Say you owned a home and you flip homes and you bought it for 30 and you sold it for 50,000, right? That $20,000 that you profit, that would be the capital gain, right? We don't have that. So this idea, and this was something that, many rappers was pushing 2 years ago, right? And they sound very smart when they was doing it, but I don't think people understood that, no, you just couldn't save up the money that you work from your job and take it and be able to invest in opportunity zones. That's not how it worked. And if people understood, and if people ever had been through it or it had been broken down, they would have understood this is not for you. This is for people who are extremely wealthy.
Yeah, exactly. How many freedmen do you know that own a bunch of commercial real estate also?
And don't get me wrong, we like all of them, Ali, and we do have
all of the opportunity zones in the area that went to, white people, man, white owners, man. They developed all of it and still developing it to this day. You gotta have the capital for it.
What'll happen is we'll have a Magic Johnson, a Michael Jordan, a Floyd Mayweather, a 50 Cent, and they'll talk about it online, and people will feel inspired, like, yeah, I'm gonna do that too. And it's like, no, you're not, right? These are a handful of people out of a group of 20 million adults, right? We maybe have about 10 to 20 people that's able to get in on this if they have, benefited off the assets that they have. That's not, most of our celebrities is going to be telling stories like Taraji P. Henson anyway, right? I look like I'm rich, but I'm really broke. And it's sad that we get inspired off the anomalies when we don't really gravitate to our lived experience. And that's just being everyday American freemen in this country that have a wealthless position.
Thank you, Sister Isla, for that disclaimer. I want it to get struck or whatever they do. But yeah, we just are using this for educational purposes. So
one thing you'll see in this video is, like, he fought fire with fire, right? This thing started an hour and 15 minutes late. He says it was because of the technical difficulties with them getting their equipment together.
Yeah, he gonna tell you. He gonna tell you.
They said it was something else, but one thing about it is she came out and tried to punch him in the mouth, and he did a great job at dodging that punch and punching her back harder, right? Metaphorically speaking, right? He like gave it back, and you'll see her behavior in the rest of this interview. She's just really sitting there like a puppy dog. She has no confidence. It's like, do I want to say something? Do I not want to say nothing? And he just like keeps like grilling her and grilling her and grilling her. Even when he's talking to other people, he's coming back to how nasty she was. And for whatever the case, I don't think on the first question you should read somebody's resume to them, right? Especially if they're a politician. But hey, if that's the way the NABJ wants to conduct their interviews, that's their choice. But like, to me, it was masterful the way he pushed back. Now, I'll have some critique on Donald Trump because I think he falls flat after that. But
she must not have seen that Mike Tyson interview when the dude's like start asking Mike Tyson. He came out and Mike Tyson just straight up, I can't repeat what Mike Tyson said. I got a child downstairs, but yeah, you could expect Trump to respond in a way similar to that for this environment. So let's continue.
Black entrepreneurs have done so much, and and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense, and then you said you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working, or something was wrong.
I would love
I think
you to
it's a
answer the
very
question on
nasty
your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe
answered the
that black
question.
women trust you with another
I have
4
been
years.
the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act.
For you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who was the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words
then. Would you give me a definition of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No, you
a very
have to
direct question.
Define it for me if you want.
See, they don't want to get into that. They don't want to get into having to break down not just what the acronym stands for, but what the program is designed to do. Because then when you get into that, you're going to have to get into the current paradigm from the Supreme Court. You're going to have to get into the original intent. And that's going to feed right back into this other conversation that she tried to have before she mentioned the DEI piece. Let's continue.
Just to find it, sir, do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always identified as a black
I
woman. She went
respect
to a
either
historically black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you believe that
I think somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I really
Republicans
don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length, and we had a great interview, I think. I heard you got very good ratings in that.
Well, you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost.
And this is the one that Roland Martin said she shouldn't have gotten the ability to talk over here. But did y'all have anything to say on that, or what Trump just shared about the DEI piece and the Indian piece? You on mute if y'all saying anything. All right, I'm gonna keep playing it then.
Lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr.
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I say that plural because we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
Sure.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And this is the weight of the inflation on this country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just out here talking, and I'm on mute. So, yeah, I was just saying thank you, everybody, for everybody that's watching. If you like what you're hearing, please like the Be the Power page on YouTube, and please subscribe if you feel so inclined. You can donate to the Super Chat or Cash App, $ Be the Power. Ibrahim, you and I were having a conversation yesterday dealing with the idea of a black monolith, and that thing that she's talking about. Oh, Mr. Trump, I appreciate you recognizing issues of black folks. We're not a monolith. Well, I mean, how is that true? Like when you think about it, when you see that we vote 90% for one party, is that not monolithic? If you see that, if you understand that only 4% of us are actually in the real American middle class. See, most of people think about the middle class as you're able to have a car or have a house and live in a neighborhood. But do you have a net worth of $1 million or more? See, because that's what puts you in middle class in America. We so used to looking at it from black middle class standards, which is what I think Darity calls it a subaltern middle class. It's
Right.
not the real standard for a middle class. It just gives you the feeling of you're middle class. You're the middle class of the bottom caste, right? As opposed
Right.
to being the middle class of American standards. Do you have a net worth of $1 million? Well, Friedman, for the most part, I think it said black net worth of $1 million is like 4% of the population. So if 96% of the population is not even middle class or is under that, then we're a monolith. Economically, we're a monolith. Politically, what else? I mean, so I don't. What she's saying is she's not speaking for us. She's speaking. I mean, I wonder if even she has a net worth of $1 million. How many people on that stage? And that's not even saying much. Like that's middle of
Right.
America.
Right.
You know,
That's really not saying much, especially with the cost of things now. That's not saying much.
yeah, yeah. That just means basically, do you not have student loans? Do you have a house and maybe a little bit of retirement and savings? That's basically all that's saying. You know. So
Exactly,
go
and
ahead.
that's the other thing. A lot of it is the estimation of one's assets, like their home, which is probably the largest asset that most people are going to own is their home, and then maybe their car and some jewelry, perhaps, or whatever. But when they do that kind of valuation on individuals or families, man, a lot of that, the home is taking up a lot of the net worth, the value of the home, and that's not even necessarily considering the amount of mortgage the person might have on the home. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
You're paying for.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting is that the way you would add it up is you would do the actual wealth positionality of a person, right? Assets minus their liabilities. Somehow in our community, we started doing it based off income. We just discarded the whole formula for how you would equate it and just say, well, if you make this much money, you in the middle class. And it's like, no, 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 you're not even gonna look into a person's debt. You're just gonna say, oh, this person makes $120,000, $150,000, and this is what most people in the middle class makes without even looking at the assets. Like, do they own their home? Right? Do they have a mortgage? Do they have student loan debt? So it's there was a very popular YouTube person that used to say 50% of black men were in the middle class, and I'm like, how are you getting these information, right? And it's like you hear this stuff, nobody researches it, nobody fact check it, and then somehow some of these lies, I'm just be honest with you, some of these lies end up spreading all over the internet, and you still hear this stuff today. You'll go on the internet and you'll hear people say half of black men are childless and in the middle class, and that's because they got that from a popular YouTuber, right? And he was just absolutely wrong.
Facts. What else she saying, Josh? Or unless
Food
you
that
want
is
to go-
sky high on their.
Can't hear you, Josh. If you're speaking, I think you muted.
Yeah, I can't hear at all. But
Okay,
I'll
my
say
bad.
this: if you look at a racial dot map, we're also a monolith on where we live and the types of places we live.
Facts.
Yeah. So I was just saying that if you look at mean, I don't want to switch the screen here, but I'm looking at wealth quintiles from this is 2016 data. It's not even, it's a little few years ago. But the top 20%, the highest quintile, quintile is like every 20%. So 20%, 40, 60, 80, the top, between 80 and 100% of the population. The top 80 to 100%, I mean, the top 80%, the top 20% of white households has a median wealth of over almost 1.6 million. The top 20% of black households only has a median net worth of 283,000. So again, we're not guessing or making up stuff that we think. We're giving you the numbers to let you know that most of us are not middle class. You think you're middle class. You just got to understand you're a part of the freedman class. So you're a part of the freedman class, and only 4% of the freedman class actually meets American middle class standards. So when you come in and talk to the former president of the United States or the leading presidential candidate in this race right now, you should be talking about, yes, we are a monolith because we went through X, Y, and Z, and that resulted us in not having a middle class. We're really a third world country standard for America, and we have so many problems that we face from generational damages. So how is your agenda going to rectify some of these issues to help create a real middle class? I mean, we already have the solutions, and we can get into some of those solutions, and it's got to start with an agenda that serves to close that wealth gap. Because how is it that only 4% of us can enjoy American middle class median wealth standards? So I'm gonna continue playing this. Let's see what she said.
For credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community?
Genderizing
First of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history.
Now that I agree with. That was one of the worst performances. That was the worst performance I've ever seen in my life. And there's no wonder this is the first time you see somebody quit that was an incumbent in my lifetime anyway.
And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight. The prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing what you say. Let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating. Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr. President, can I ask you another question?
Yes.
All right, now.
Okay, so when she started it, She should have never said we're not a monolith, because we absolutely are a monolith. I don't know who she's speaking for. She's not speaking for us. So she started off. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really distracted because I'm in this Indian restaurant and they playing their music, and all I see is a bunch of Indians cosplaying American freedmen, right? But anyway, they just speaking it in their language. But anyway,
That's funny.
no, I'm talking like I'm looking at this girl. I'm like, she may be black. No, they Indian. They all Indian. They wearing Nike. The video, they hanging out the side of the cars. They driving with guns and everything. They even in like the poor sections of India, trying, like, you know how we be in the ghetto posted up. But
Yeah.
they this is third world poverty, so everybody's skinny and their eyes is bucked out. Anyway, I'm sorry to digress, but anyway, she should have never prefaced it like this. And I was talking to Naheem yesterday, and I was telling him about it, and I was saying, what you see Trump doing is he's giving bad answers to bad questions. This is just bad journalism right here. You gave him an out. So when you hear Trump talk about this bad for the poor, it's bad for the middle class, it's bad for everybody, he's trying to answer her question because she's saying we're not a monolith. But we are a monolith. So if you would have kept to that and fact checked our wealth positionality, right? Brought up the fact that we only worth $8 in Boston, right? Only worth a couple dollars in LA, right? If you would have knew that, and you would have knew our median household wealth, you could have told him that, and then he could have just specifically angled that to our community. Now he's talking, he kind of all lives matter the question because she gave him an out from the very beginning. It's just bad journalism. And this is supposed to be the NABJ is supposed to be the best of the best when it comes to black journalists.
Mm-hmm.
This is an extremely sucky job, right? It was 3 or 4 women up there. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna just say it. It seemed like, you know, a few of them was emotional, and then there was like a pool, like, do we want to be professional? Do we just want to come out here and have a viral moment? Now I'm in my feelings because he then came out and he took my punch and he punched back at me, right? And this is just extremely unprofessional. And I'll say this before I get off. I don't think Roland Martin would have did a better job either, because we know he was in the front row hollering at the stage.
Yep. Coaching the sassy sister. Let me just real quick update the family. I was just on a call with a bunch of Black Republican, mostly men. I wanted to hear what they were talking about, and if I would hear some policy prescriptions. I didn't. They said they're going to have a series of calls. At certain parts, I'm just going to be honest, it sounded like a Twitter space. So I don't know what, you know, I was just sitting there listening. I've registered and I wanted to listen in, and that's what I've been doing for about the past hour. And you know, I hopefully we can hear more.
Did you get to speak?
No, they had their set speakers. You know,
I hope you weren't disappointed.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I was underwhelmed, and I expected to be underwhelmed, but I did expect to hear some policy prescriptions, something. And they opened up by saying they have a $1 trillion plan.
Why? Why was you expecting to hear?
Because if you're gonna go at Kamala and say that she offers nothing to the Black community, then when you come to us, especially as us or as one of us, then you should have something in your hand, and you should consistently stress how you opened up, which is we have a $1 trillion policy plan in place. And all throughout that call, that should have been what was stressed, that we have a plan in place. We're not going to get into it tonight. Right now, we just kind of want to give make this an introductory Zoom so that people, you know, that we have invited to speak can share their stories, and you can go tell a friend to tell a friend. And that's what, you know, that's the way I would have done it if I was organizing. Me and Sister Roz was texting back and forth. So, you know, we gonna do our own thing for our people. So y'all stay tuned for that, and it will not sound like a Twitter space, and that's a fact. So I didn't mean to jump in and.
No, that's real time stuff. Like
Yeah, I wanted to.
You know, this is good because everybody ignores our critique of the right, and they just remember our critique of the left. It's
right.
like you walked into the MAGA room and they were stirring that teacup.
That's right. That's right.
You know, and that kind of goes back to what I was getting ready to talk about over here. You know, when he, you know, because you got to watch out. Like the undertone when you start to talk about the biggest problems and how to solve the problems that she was outlining with, you know, we drowning in credit card debt, and the problem is inflation. No, we were drowning in credit card debt and debt in general, and wealthlessness in general, because we had hundreds of years of slavery and legalized discrimination and land theft and terrorism, and then we have mass incarceration, and you got all kind of you know, generational harms that we've been dealing with, and the system that just feeds off of it and continues to exploit that and into present generations. And so that wasn't caused from inflation. You know, that's a long standing and ongoing thing that's just manifested today as wealthlessness and credit card debt and all that kind of stuff. And you fixing inflation is not going to stop, is not going to necessarily resolve that. Matter of fact, when you talk about inflation, like when we started to talk about reparations, if we buy into the notion that inflation is the biggest problem and all this is killing us and inflation will be our solution, then they're going to say, well, you want to do more spending, which can possibly cause some inflation. You know, you see what I'm saying? So falling into the trap of talking about inflation is a slippery slope. Yes, inflation is a problem for us, but don't let them trick you into thinking that doing reparations would necessarily cause inflation. And inflation was not the cause of our current position and situation. So, and he added on to that, talking about the energy piece. And what does the cost of energy have to do with us, other than, you know, we got to pay for gas and light bill and, you know, your gas bill at the house, but we don't really own a lot of businesses. Like we don't own airlines where the cost of, you know, gasoline is messing up our fleet. You know, we don't have a bunch of you know, businesses where we, you know, you know, the price of energy is breaking our back. So that's not us that he's talking about, but he's framing it as if it really is one of the major factors that cause us to struggle. That's not the case.
Yeah, he's taking digs at Biden, and that's why he kind of brought up that, you know, I had an opponent I was geared towards fighting, and then they switched the opponent after in his words, after he came out and had the worst performance ever, right? So he's basically telling you, like, I'm geared up to go at Biden, and I was going to go at Biden at this energy bill. That doesn't impact us. We don't have, like you said, businesses that are atop of the energy industry, right? We don't have like solar, wind, turbine businesses that do business with a whole bunch of different other countries. These are his dig at some of the policy that Biden Harris administration came in and overturned that he had going on during his first candidacy. It's a horrible question, and he does ramble on, but the way it was framed from the very beginning, you are taught as a journalist, and I'm not a journalist, and I know this, you don't just frame questions that allow people to go anywhere. You got to narrow this stuff so you can kind of corner them in and get the answer that you want to get, right? Whether that suffices or not. The way they were asked in questions is this is amateur hour. I'm gonna just leave it at that. This is amateur hour journalism, and these are supposed to be our best black journalists, right? Stephen A. Smith could have did a better job than this. This was emotional. It was sporadic. It was all over the place. It wasn't well thought out. The fact that they're reading from tablets lets me know they put some thought into this, and it still came out garbage. This is amateur hour. This is horrible, right? And at the end of this, you don't get any questions about what's really impacting our community. They could even went into immigration, and I know that the Democrats are pro-immigrant.
No, but they're not going to do that. But that's why we got to step up, and we got to make sure that we have something to invite a president to. Our sister Ross says she's a man. What happened to her? She's a trained journalist, and I clicked on the wrong one. We got to make sure that I would talk to Kamala. I don't like Kamala at all. But would I sit down and talk to her about the policy prescriptions for my people? I absolutely would. We have to take the emotionalism out of it. And when you look at Roland Martin believes that this whole thing was a failure and that they should not. I don't know if this was supposed to run for a series of days. I don't know exactly the format. But Roland Martin said that, he looked like he was crying. He was pissed off. And he said that they shouldn't invite him back, that this was a horrible job, that Faulkner from Fox News should not have been on that stage. So essentially what Roland Martin wanted was a bunch of sassy black women to get up there and do sassy Roland Martin, neck rolling, finger snapping type of journalism. And that's not journalism. That's If you want some hood shit, then you take it outside of the NABJ, excuse me, and you just have a low town hall in the hood and have Trump come through, and then you do all of the sassy finger snapping and neck rolling shit. But if you're gonna have a conversation based on integrity, and you could have easily gotten to Trump without being nasty. You could have asked him a bunch of properly constructed questions without the sass and got him to step on himself based on whatever answers he would have given, et cetera, if he would have done that, of course. And that would have been that. And then you dissect the answers. But no, Roland Martin wanted it to be a mess. They wanted to try to be disrespectful. You go in there and do to him what you normally would do to a black man, right? To go give him that Ebony K. Williams energy. And that's just, it didn't happen. It got reversed. You witnessed the momentum shift from the dead Megan Thee Stallion performance at the Kamala Harris event in Atlanta to this NABJ sit down. And yes, Roz, he wanted to speak. He definitely wanted to speak. So
you know what? But it was an embarrassment for the NABJ, which is supposed to represent our community and ask the tough questions from these candidates, from the former president. It was also an embarrassment because they played gender politics by having all women up on stage. And it was an embarrassment on how and I forgot her name, but how she conducted herself and came out and asked those first series of questions. So this was a catastrophe. I don't know what's worse, NABJ or Kamala Harris in Atlanta.
So was it more of the video y'all wanted to play? Or
yeah, let's keep playing.
It's also impacting black.
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sonia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah. Well, police unions are not backing this person either. Okay. But again, why would
they're going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, we had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So,
Chicago
can you get a little
doesn't
more specific back to the
represent
immunity
Black
question?
America.
Who would make those those?
Wait,
For the most
pause
part,
that.
For the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police.
So I heard an answer to the question, right? Because I've been looking at headlines all day, and I'm shaking my head looking at the stuff, CNN, MSNBC, and every form of ABC, NBC, every form of media in between. But he said, I seen it. I didn't really get full details, but I didn't like what I seen. And she asked him, well, why should that officer deserve immunity? And he said, I don't think that he should. That I don't believe that he should deserve immunity, and it would be based on specific cases. Then he started talking about people in Chicago getting shot. I don't know why he did that. That has nothing to do.
Chicago is the go-to.
that's the go-to. Right?
That represents Black America. There's one
and
city.
they could have hit him on that, Ali. They could have hit him on, okay, well, why would you go to Chicago if we're talking about police immunity? Can you explain that to us? Because that's what I would have done. Like, what are you talking about Chicago for, my guy?
Yeah,
Let's stick to police immunity.
Yeah, and then that right there jams him up, because he doesn't provide clarity on what he means by police immunity. I just think he's put certain things out there to the public because he knows his base will be like, yeah, protect them police officers that's killing the Black folks. We don't want them to be able to. We want to be able to kill them in the street. And when the cities, people raise up and want to do something like that happen in 2020, they can handle their business and they don't have to worry about getting prosecuted. But then you have egregious situations like this, and you want to tell me this dude deserves immunity? Okay, he says no, but then you got to be clear on. Immunity means you don't have to worry about it. Like, you don't have. You can pretty much you can commit crimes, high crimes and misdemeanors, and you don't have to worry about prosecution. Similar to what the Supreme Court basically said, that the president can do that. So, I can see why he would be, not wanting to go against the idea of immunity. But when it's this egregious, like, you have to give us clarity on what you mean by, not in this case. No, okay. Well, then which cases are you talking about?
That's right. And that was the job of the journalists. But because they wanted to do gotcha journalism, they missed the opportunity to really flesh the conversation out. He's going to do the steamroller tactic. He'd be like, let him get his stuff over. Be like, okay, no, I got you. Because y'all know that's my favorite. I got you. So let me ask. I would have hit him on those points. You're going to have to explain to me what that means. The police in this country are horrible. Most of the police in this country are horrible. Point blank, period. They are horrible human beings that should never put on uniforms. They should never be in authority. They're not out there protecting and serving. They're out there destroying. They're out there destroying people, especially my people. So we have an issue with that, Mr. President. We have an issue with that statement. So let us move on to the next question, right?
Hold on.
I'm no journalist, and I know
the initial question.
That's what we would do.
Facts.
The initial question was a good question. The problem is she didn't have a follow-up question ready. That's right. That was my whole issue right there. Trump, man, he plays dumb, man. In so many ways, he's like a nickel and dimer, man. You got to watch everything he do. You want to give police immunity. She brings up a specific case. This is how he tries to slither away from it and put the onus on somebody else. He said this police is not going to get immunity, right? He said, I've seen some bad things. He didn't say who did the bad things, but here's the issue, and this is what I mean about bad journalism.
He kept it neutral.
Under a Trump administration, if police get immunity, that means
he hinted at who did the bad thing.
Yeah.
Where to throw the water.
Yep.
She has to come back. She has to come back and say, yes, he doesn't get immunity because police don't qualify for immunity right now. But under a Trump administration, you want to give police immunity. That means all cases. That means cases like this, not cases that are clear, cut and dry, where the police acted within the realm of their ability or capacity for them to be able to do. She has to be able to hold him on that. At this point in time during the interview, it's like everybody's just watching their watch and they're just rushing it through. I got some questions. I need to get these questions off. It doesn't even matter how they answer. That was a perfect time to choke him up. That's something that many, many people on the right who support Trump don't agree with. And she should have flushed that out right there, and she didn't. Bad journalism.
These departments. But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine?
You go after somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a life and death decision. And sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political.
She went right to personal. She went right to personal.
I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial. And yet, he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
but they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory. And so, therefore, we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
You covered extensively, sir. I'd love to move over on to
I didn't notice you do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent. I have another one where I have a hostile judge.
We have you for limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different topics.
No, excuse me, you're the one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he's said in the past. He said Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable.
We're not gonna obviously play the whole thing.
Well, it says
there was something though.
Wait, hold on. What you said, Josh?
It says 17 minutes, but I got it going at 1.5 times the speed, so it's not gonna be the full.
All right, cool. And the reason it's another good thing that we have it sped up too is sometimes that helps with a copyright strike. You'll notice that with some people's video, they'll have them sped up. So for those of you that listening to it sped up, that's a good way to try to avoid the copyright strike. We got almost 400 people watching, from Twitter. We need y'all to come over to the YouTube channel, family. We need y'all to subscribe to the YouTube channel, click like on the channel, and so we could build up the YouTube platform. Yeah, what you were saying, Ibrahim?
He's talking about cases where somebody makes a mistake. A police officer makes a mistake that costs a citizen their life. If this is an unarmed citizen, right? If your mistake costs me my life, there's consequences to it, right? If I go to the hospital and I get a surgery done and a doctor works on me and he makes a mistake, there's consequences to that. I can file a malpractice lawsuit. If I pass away, my family can file a malpractice lawsuit. We can get his license taken away where he can't practice medicine, right? There's consequences to it. There's even cases where people go to jail, right? Nurses who overprescribe or, the doctor, the idea, I just don't think at this point in the interview they're locked in. Because what she does is immediately take it away from something that impacts our community, because you have all these situations, especially before you get these videos of going viral, where the police just tell one story and then information will come out, evidence will come out, or a video will come out and show that the police is a goddamn liar. You're a goddamn liar, and y'all been doing what y'all always been doing in our community, hunting us down. and then coming up with any excuse. And what Trump is trying to do is give police the greatest excuse of it all. Saying, hey, I'm immune. I got immunity. You can't do nothing to me. Why are we even investigating this? The fact that this is problematic on a journalistic standpoint is that she immediately pivots to a personal attack about him having people that prosecute us. Of course he's going to have an issue with somebody that prosecutes him. The man has the biggest ego in the world. Of course he's going to have an issue there. But this is about the black community. Are you the journalist against Trump? Or are you a journalist for your community? She's supposed to be asking questions for us. These are personal attacks. She's asking questions for the DNC. She's asking questions for Kamala Harris. She's not asking questions for Naheem, Ali, Josh, BTP, Rob, and everybody that's in the audience. She's asking questions for Kamala Harris and the DNC top. That's the problem with this whole thing. Who are you advocating for? It's not us. Don't call it the NABJ. Call it the DNC BJ.
Facts. Go ahead, Joe. Oh, good.
Nah, it's a round of applause. I agree.
At their own lives.
You know, but hold up. Before you go, what I was thinking about is, you know, because you mentioned, I think Ibrahim mentioned that it was all black women instead of, you know, mixing it up with putting black men up there as well. They didn't even let Roland Martin go up there. But the fact of the matter is, you know, this is like, you know, this is performative. This is also like a demonstration in imagery, like black women is going to save democracy. Black women is going to take down the big bad white supremacists. You see what I'm saying? Black women in heels. Black women, you know what I'm saying, in their black girl magic is going to take this thing down and save democracy and save the Democratic Party, et cetera, et cetera. So this is what this is about, man. This is why they did it that way. You know, playing psychological games, you know, on people and gassing, trying to gas black women up at the same time to make them try to put the party on their back and run with it. That's crazy.
Yeah, go ahead, play it, Josh.
Choices they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate? And do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families. And I also know people with no families. I didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than those that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your
I think I'm speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family. But I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family. And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him, actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family-oriented. But that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I've ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country, and many from...
They should have never made this about J.D. Vance. They should have never made this about J.D. Vance. This is the issue with this, and this is the issue that I hear this from the Arab Muslim American community. I hear this from many Black Americans, especially the American freedmen, and you also hear this from the right, is that the Democrats and the left is anti-family. They're anti-nuclear family. And she's pushing this narrative that, listen, regardless of the fact if you're married, if you're unmarried, if you have kids, if you don't have kids, what you want the makeup of your family to look at like, right? Whether that's you know, man and woman, man, woman, blah, 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 blah. From the inception of America, America has always incentivized family. From the inception of America, America has always incentivized family. What Trump them are doing is not radical. The actual radical people on this issue, just this issue, this line of questioning, is the Democrats. It's the women on stage. This is not a radical thing. you when you found like there's certain benefits to you being married. There's tax benefits, right? When you go to buy a home, right? There's benefits to you buying a home. Well, not buying a home, but selling a home, right? I can't even remember right now. I'm going through real estate class, but it was basically like up to like 250 if you're an individual, but if you was married, you get 500, and y'all can like come together. There's incentives that's embedded in so many things from being married. I mean, right now we live in an economy where you basically need a 2-parent household or a 2-people household, right? The idea that they're going out of this, they're exploiting and pedestalizing a dysfunction in our community instead of calling it what it is and trying to rectify that issue. It's a problem that we have so many single parent households. And instead of pointing it out, saying it is what it is, and seeing if he can do something that can help from a governmental perspective, from an executive branch that can rectify this, right? How do we create stronger families? How do we, build up Black men to be head of the households, to come back into the households, to be able to be providers, right? Not to just be people who are able to pay their child support and don't fall behind in that, but actually be married, household, stable men in our communities that go out into society and build institutions so we can build our communities up. She's just saying, how do we incentivize single parent households, because most of these single parent households is Black women? That's the problem with all this. That's a radical idea, is that you have a dysfunction. Say you're a heroin addict, and it's not how do you get off heroin, it's how do we get this person to do heroin to stop leaning all day so he can become more productive when he's high. No, how do we get him off the goddamn drug? And that's what they not doing. How do we stop what's going on in our community? There's a direct connection between mass incarceration, right? When the incarceration was ramped up, Biden's crime bill, and marriage rates in our community. How do we solve this problem? How do we solve this problem? Not how do we buttress single women with policy that will enable them to be better single mothers and try to do the job of 2 parents by only being 1 parent. That's the problem. And Black women need to speak up against this and say, no, we need our men out of prison. We need our men out of the unemployment line. We need our men to be able to be productive citizens in society and be in the home so we can go out and have, options. That's a problem right there.
Excellent point, brother.
Prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally, and they're taking the vote away from all of the people in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening. If I'm not elected, you're going to see it happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state of the race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that. So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Why
did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too. Everybody out there can, but
I'll tell you why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room. But you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected. He got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State, summa cum laude. I mean, you take a look at, his career has been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School, was one of the top students, became the head of the Law Journal. I mean, that's an amazing thing. He's a 4-year, he was in the military with great distinction for 4 years, got out, went into business, became successful in business, very successful in business, actually. Did public offerings and other things. And I
she's about to take a personal attack at Trump's marriages.
Most of the people know that situation because it was very well documented in his book. And I have a lot of respect for somebody that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale that meets a young woman at Yale who was also outstanding, and they get married, they have a beautiful family, but he had a, he's made himself an amazing life. He then goes to Ohio, lives in Ohio, and he had my endorsement. That helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator. And so Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We've been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And 2 days after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know it is really hard for me to
understand. I can understand you perfectly.
Push this closer.
I can understand you.
Happy to hear that.
But I can't understand Harris
I have a few more questions.
because of the distance and the
Yo,
mics are
this
really in
dude
lousy
is
shape,
crazy.
but I cannot understand what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yeah.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would, you choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris, and that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him, and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been. But you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my.
Yeah, I wanted to stop because I wanted to ask y'all a question for that about that point. How much impact do you think the Biden vice presidency had on the Obama
A lot.
presidency? Because to
lot.
me, Biden, if you looked at his history, you understood his history, and eulogizing Strom Thurmond and advocating for the crime bill, and he was very outspoken, against or for policies that hurt American freedmen.
That's right.
And so when you put him in the vice presidential position, it kind of signals that, I'm not like them, or what my agenda is going to be, because we got this guy actually, this like a senior, old part of the old guard or whatever with the
possibly
in Congress, right?
Possibly he's going to be a law and order president as well.
Right.
And the Rust Belt.
He signals to white America that I'm safe.
Right.
I'm safe.
Centrist.
Everything is all good with me. But I think that's a different dichotomy than what Trump is saying. This is the most honest I've ever heard Trump answer a question right here. In this case, because J.D. Vance is pretty much an unknown, I think he's a junior senator, just like Kamala Harris was before she got put out. Obama comes in. Obama was also a junior senator, so he doesn't have a long political career. He's a black guy, he's articulate, but at the same time, it's like I don't have that long-standing political history. So I get somebody that has 40 years in this political game to come and back me. He's somebody that white people know, that white people can trust, to be able to carry on white supremacy. In Trump's case is different. I've been president before. J.D. Vance is nobody. If you like me, you're going to vote for me. If you MAGA, you're going to vote for me. J.D. Vance is just because I got to pick a VP. The same thing with Kamala Harris. I know black women said to Trump, to Biden, that we're not going to support you unless you're able to pick a black woman. But let's be clear, they was going to vote for him anyway. It was him or Trump, and they was going to vote for him anyway, no matter who he picked.
So then it may make Trump's statement like that. I think maybe part of his statement might have something to do with if his VP pick didn't have much of an impact, but I think Kamala may be leaning and depending more on her VP pick having an impact, similar to Obama. Yes, Kamala was in a vice presidential position, but it's not like she ran a campaign and was overwhelmingly popular and won the nomination from the party, from the field that was there. She just kind of was thrust into there, and people had, or either, that was it.
Well,
So okay, go ahead.
I want to stop sharing real quick, Josh.
Go ahead.
And I want to play this. And then I want you to come back to the video, but I want to play this really, really quick.
Comes from the New York Times that Senator J.D. Vance was once a fierce critic of cops, going so far as to claim he hated them. In emails and texts obtained by the Times from Vance's longtime friend, Sophia Nelson, in 2014, the newly anointed GOP vice presidential nominee railed at the police after the shooting of 18-year-old black teen Michael Brown by a white police officer in Ferguson, Missouri. As the Times is reporting, Nelson wrote to Vance about the shooting that left Brown dead and suggested all police should wear body cameras, which led Vance to complain about police conduct. He wrote to Nelson, quote, "I hate the police. Given the number of negative experiences I've had in the past few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through." The report notes that the earlier version of Vance showed some enthusiasm for reparations, writing to Nelson, quote, "I have at least been convinced of the virtue of compensating modern victims who've suffered redlining or denial of federal benefits." So look, you read this, and this is something where, you know, the lefties will go, okay.
And so I'm just saying, you know, this J.D. Vance guy, yes, he's made some controversial statements recently, but in the past, he's signaled that he's actually for reparations, and he doesn't like police because of his own personal experiences, which caused him to say, I can't imagine what black people go through if I'm going through this. So that's something to take into consideration.
It definitely is, man. I didn't know that, but that's really something. And you know, interestingly, a lot of people believe, and I don't want to stay on this because I know we've been on for a good while already. A lot of people believe that we can't have a reparations conversation with people on the right, and it's just not true. I don't believe that to be the case. I just think that the conversation needs to be structured in such a way. First of all, it needs to be had by people who understand how to have the conversation, and then structured in a way where they can see how it makes sense for American citizens. It's, you know, that's the thing. For so long, people approach it as if we're some kind of other group, like we're always otherized and not really presented in the fashion that, hey, we're American citizens, and because of that, we should have this conversation in an American citizen type of way so that people can understand, like, yo, this is not some foreign stuff. This is our people that something happened to for multiple generations, and we need to try to do something to fix it. And it's really that simple. This particular group, like Ann Coulter said, the descendants of slaves, yeah, I could understand that because they are owed something. You know what I'm saying? But it's not all black people. Like, you know, not blacks writ large, as Clarence Thomas said. So yeah, I think it just needs to be had in the proper way. Go ahead.
Indeed. Go ahead, Josh.
JD Vance question in.
JD Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, you know, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, well, I mean, my point is here.
It was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what JD Vance is saying?
I don't think, look, I think
I just like how he's handling it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Like I ain't got my camera up. Like he just knows how to operate. Like he just, you know, like there's this story about the squirrel-proof bird feeder. You know, the squirrel spends 97% of his time looking for food. Is of the time that it's awake. So, you know, you trying to spend a little bit of time to craft a bird feeder that is going to be squirrel proof. It's not going to happen. You know, this is what Trump has been eating, sleeping, and breathing, and doing this all across the country. You get to do this one time. He's just wiping the floor with you if you're not on your game. I'm gonna keep playing.
that Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the
But I think it's
they're
about
allowing
freedom,
the death of a baby after the baby is born, based on
Sir, that's
governor of
illegal in every
Virginia.
state in the country.
Based on the governor of Virginia,
Executing
they're
a baby in
allowing the
every
death
state
of the
in the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born.
I
They're
don't
allowing
rock
abortions in
with
the
your
8th and
governor
9th month.
Well, Democrats have denied.
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it. Everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose Roe v. Wade being overturned.
They
Multiple
don't know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing. Out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting, and it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart.
Radical.
I happen
It
to believe
makes
in the
sense.
3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position.
This the
And some
part that
people-
Roland
some
Martin
people
got
want that.
hung
I
up
don't want
on.
it. Most people don't.
Thank you.
If you notice, he didn't say what people are doing. He just said, he just quoted the governor of Virginia. And Roland Martin just stuck on that point. But Roland Martin from the very beginning was allegedly hiring liar. And then it get to the end and he said, this is why he hiring liar. So obviously you knew he was going to say this or something.
Yeah, Roland is cooked. Roland is upset. Roland is upset. Dre, I
He
put the
said
link in the chat. I don't know if you can see it, bro. Go ahead, Ali.
He said the NABJ got played in the video clip I saw of Roland talking.
Yep,
He said they got played. I don't know how they got played. If they got played, they played themselves. If anything, I don't see really, because he was there. The only way that I see them getting played is they set up this thing and he doesn't show up. He was there. He was willing to talk. He was willing to engage. He stayed with them the whole time. He engaged with them the whole time. He responded to the things that they was putting out there to him. So I don't see how they got played. He, like I said, if he would have got up and walked out in the middle of it and whatever, that would be different. He stayed there. He answered their questions. I mean, well, he replied, because Ibrahim would tell you he did not answer. And I can understand that in certain things he did kind of move or skirt some of the questions. But the fact of the matter is he was there and he was engaging with them. You know what I mean? And nobody could say that he wasn't. We're watching it right now. You know what I mean? We're watching him interact with these people. So I don't know how he got played. I don't really know what he's talking about.
They held a venue. Trump showed up. They had home court advantage. How do you get played when you have home court advantage? Trump just showed up.
We're leading off with sassiness in the way that Roland Martin would have it. Ambush journalism like he did to Dr. Umar and like he did to Ice Cube. Roland, cry your fat head off. We don't care. Well, I'm glad to see it. I've been messing with him on Twitter for the past 2 days. Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, I just wanted to make this quick point. I mean, I'm sure one of y'all have already touched on it, but I was thinking about that when I watched it live yesterday. When they, first of all, they held them for like 45 minutes late. That you had equipment issues, right? But I was thinking about this. Let's say if it was Joe Biden, right? And this is why this is dangerous for our politics, not just because of the questions they ask, but the merit. Meaning, could you imagine any of y'all on the panel if Joe Biden or Kamala would have sat there? But let's just say Joe Biden. Let's say Joe Biden doesn't drop out the race. He's there, right? And the woman first question just says, well, President Biden, can you answer the reason why you said it's good for the Negro, why you didn't want schools to be bust, why you made up a gang member named Corn Pop, and why you utilize, like, you start off an interview with a guy that's supposed to talk about our policy and you're asking him about Mar-a-Lago dinners with white supremacists and January the 6th. You're not asking anything that had to do with our State of the Union for the Black community or the freedmen community, right? And one of the things I also wanted to state in that is, like, to me, when she said we're not a monolith, I think she's it's almost like her signaling saying, what you gonna do for Black women aside of the Black family? Like, just, you know how when Ice Cube did that, it was like, well, what you gonna do for Black women too? It's like, nah, this is for Black people. Nah, but us, right? And I just found that
Vivica
I
Fox.
found that real weird, y'all, because, like, how do you start, just like he said, how do you start off an interview asking him about innuendo situations? None of that is actually accredited to him. But you'll never sit there and ask Kamala about her sexual past. You'll never ask her about her political record. But you're going to start the interview with him and he accepted it and she didn't. And you're going to ask him about a bunch of things that has nothing to do with our policy.
But let me say real quick.
And then expect us to get policy.
Let me say real quick, Dre, because now the door is open for those that very line of questioning towards Kamala Harris. Now what happens when you sit down with right-wing media? Now they get to ask you those questions. And if you don't sit down with them, it's going to make Trump look good, right? Because what happens if they ask, being that you slept your way to the top, right? And you know a little bit about sleeping your way to the top, you know what I'm saying? Or something like that. It was all fair with Trump. You can't be outraged. Don't accept what you won't expect. So I'm just saying, I ain't want to cut you off, but I just
I'm
there.
with you. I think, but we also got to be honest. Outside of Fox News and maybe a few smaller outlets, all media is against Trump anyway. If you got like Apple News on your phone, like, you see it. Like, I was looking at so many different headlines from the Los Angeles Times, the Post, and then they were going in on Trump. But it's like, yo, y'all not gonna talk about how she just started with like this bombardment of questions that had nothing to do with the actual journalism of why he's there. And that's why I said, imagine if Joe Biden is sitting in that chair and she brings up corn pop, and she brings up, I know it's good for the Negro, and she brings up the racial jungle comment, she brings up the crime bill. How do you even go forward with the interview? You understand what I'm saying? But but then they wanted him to be Superman, and then you got two women, and then the other journal, the last one, Faulkner, is a little bit more like centered towards Trump. But the other two was just asking things that had nothing to do with the actual, like, why are you here to talk to us, right? We need policy, or we need what you're going to do directly for us. But what they do is they'll give you 5 horrible questions and then say, oh, by the way, what you going to do for the Black community, even though you hate us? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, what? It's like, yo, we're going to point out that you don't like us and then ask what you're going to do for us.
And that was the sentiment on the Young Turks too. When I watched the Young Turks, they pretty much said, "Oh, this was a fair line of questioning," and I'm like, "Hold up," And I've been watching quote unquote progressive news stations start to lean further and further left since Kamala Harris. I don't know what it is about the appeal of having a woman of color president that makes people forget about all of the critiques that they had from a Biden-Harris administration. It's like, whoa, all is well with the world now if a quote-unquote woman of color, Black-ish woman is going to become president. We can forgive everything because at the end of the day, Black women never had their shot, and maybe they should be redeemable. I like that line of questioning. There was another part, and I don't know if we missed it or got to it or yet, but she brought up Trump's divorces when she was talking about single parent families and things of that nature. And you could tell the way the lady was gearing the question, she was alluding to, and this is just how I interpret it, Melania Trump leaving Donald Trump, right? Like, you've had several divorces, and it kind of felt like she was alluding to, like, and you probably about to get divorced again, right? So why are you against single parent households?
No,
it's
she
like,
actually
wait,
called them divorced. That was
that's what. Yeah. Yeah, so it was extremely disrespectful. They was extremely combative. They was going at him, and this is just not how you do journalism. But like Dre said, they're not representing us at this point. They're representing Kamala Harris and the DNC. They're trying to give her ammunition to be able to use in a debate against him later. It backfired on him, and that's what probably what Roland Martin means by things didn't go our way. We got ambushed, blah, 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 blah. Because now Trump can take everything you ask him, and now he can use it. It's fair game now for him to use on Kamala Harris. He already said before that, hey, y'all been talking about all of my sexual escapades. I have the right to critique her on hers because it was fair game when y'all used it with me.
Right.
So all of this stuff they're doing to try to bring him down is going to eventually backfire. And Trump is bold enough to say it. Hey, y'all did me. I can't use it against her. She didn't sleep her way to the top. Huh?
Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He shot. But most people, I know many people in their 80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Absolutely.
And who would?
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my goodness.
me, and I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was a nasty, that wasn't a question. She didn't ask me a question. She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated your statement, sir, actually. You said you would.
Oh, absolutely. If I thought that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them. I took 2 of them. But let me ask you, I would like to have people running for president, and I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Mr. President, but would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President,
I would love to
and
do
make it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to?
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President,
you think she wouldn't pass? Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
To be clear, you don't think
how do you intend?
She didn't pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to have to pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it.
She did pass it.
There's a man over here. I think he must work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you about January 6th.
Wow.
You called yourself the candidate of law and order. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning
That
all
was
the rioters,
Roland
you
he was
said, yes,
talking about.
absolutely. You called them patriots. 140 police officers were assaulted that day. Their injuries included broken bones. At least 1 officer lost an eye. 1 had 2 cracked ribs, 2 smashed spinal discs. Another had a stroke. Were the people who assaulted those 140 officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these magnificent limestone and granite with red paint, red spray paint that will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100 years from now. They viciously attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed that city?
But sir, my question is on those.
What's going to happen to
my
the
question
people
is
that
on those rioters who assaulted officers. Would you pardon
What's
those
going to happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system. They were. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis? How come the people that took over a large percentage of Seattle? How come nothing happened to them? How come the people?
But so we're talking about people that were seen beating officers with flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in Minneapolis. You know, people died in Minneapolis. And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance.
So caught up, she didn't even catch that lie.
And I'm all for the police, as you know. But what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in.
Yes.
Look, nothing is perfect in life. But you have people from Minneapolis. You have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C. They were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying. They were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases, and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's never happened in our country before, and it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
See, man, this is a failure.
What I think is maybe they got together as a group and wrote those questions, and then she and her other colleagues didn't do their due diligence of like going over the questions or something, because she's just reading the questions off. She should have caught that lie. There was a lot, like, so they're giving the questions, but then the follow up is either non-existent or it's just way off, and then they just jump to the next topic. If Roland Martin is upset at anybody, he should be upset at the journalist that's on the stage.
Hey, Ibrahim, I got news for you. I want you to think about this. He cried about not being on the panel. The leader of one of the heads stepped down when Trump accepted it, right? And they all had iPads. How do we know that Roland wasn't texting her the questions because look at the sequencing of the questions. There's horrible sequencing of questions as a journalism, right? A true journalist has a certain type of sequencing of the question, right? Roland could have been texting her these questions to her iPad while they were just doing it on the fly, because the damn show wasn't really centered around policy. It was more centered around ideology and rhetoric outside of what he was so-called going to do for the Black community. So it could have been Roland from the beginning, just texting her those questions. If you notice, she's the more aggressive one outside of Faulkner, right? Who's more center leaning towards Trump, right? So if you think about it, sequencing wise, rhetoric wise, and merit wise, who knows if Roland was even texting her the question? You've seen the video of him afterwards approaching Trump's communications manager. And the only reason why Roland approached him is because that guy was effeminate like Roland is. If it was a real man, somebody would punch Roland right in his mouth and it kept walking. So I think we should consider that as well, Ibrahim.
Yeah, I also want to say, the problem I had was that they should have pushed back with was they allowed him to normalize January the 6th with other stuff that goes on when people in the streets in America. No, this is a group of people storming the United States Capitol, trying to overthrow the results of an election. In the process, they destroying property. People took a dump in, I think it was Nancy Pelosi's office. They were talking about hang the vice president.
People
They
died.
put a Confederate flag at the top of the joint. People died. Yeah, come on, man. Like this, and it was like
Multiple police officers got hurt.
right, and it was a bunch of people that conspired to make this happen. That also include, people in government and possibly other entities. So, like, they shouldn't have let him get off the hook with equating those two. That's a huge problem in terms of false equivalency.
There were so many connections that could have been made. He's also talking about structures being damaged by pain. Thousands of people charging the Capitol building on the line, scaling the walls, busting down the doors, breaking through the windows, right? If you want to talk about structural damage, and lives was lost, and after it was so much trauma that the police officers went through, at least 2 of them have committed suicide. Since you say you love police officers all day, but I agree with Dre. Maybe this was just all done on the fly, because there's your black media. That's how they roll.
This actually seemed like more of a Roland Martin show, where you just go and attack and try to do stuff for clicks and likes and views, as opposed to trying to get answers for policy for our people.
That was my point, Josh. If you think about it, he cried because obviously he wasn't privy to Trump even coming and accepting, right? Because they already knew that Harris had denied the invitation. They knew that. So it seemed like he just kind of like moved his fat body into the say, look, we gonna infiltrate this. Like I said, one of their heads stepped down, and then you see him in the front row heckling. What type of grown man heckles during the interview? And you're supposed to be a journalist. So if you look at the sequencing of the questions, the merit of the questions, and how she centered herself into these questions instead of giving each of the three a different type of I would like to say almost like good cop, bad cop. She was just attack. That's why I say they're promoting her now on Twitter as the woman that derailed Trump's campaign. It's just like, what are y'all talking about? She just asked rhetorical questions, you know what I'm saying, and more ideology based than anything that had to do with policy and what he intends on doing.
Do we know her?
She a Freedman.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, it's not surprising. I mean, we need jobs, so this is one of them that are in high demand and high profile during this time of the of American politics in this season. But I would say one thing I will give Roland credit for is he always show up, and he's gonna be there and around to in major journalistic events, especially here. I mean, that's his business. But my problem is, why is he the only one, and why is he the main one? Like, he's the one that we always hear about and see. Where are our other high profile journalists? I mean, it can't be just Roland out here at every event. Making noise.
They fired them all. They even fired Roland Martin. Like a rat, he just climbed up out of the debris. They sent Melissa Harris Perry home. Don Lemon is gone, even though he wasn't our journalist. I believe he's American Freedman. And now you left with Roland Martin, Joanne Reed, and other people who run around doing independent news, who don't even have a grasp of politics, who talk about everything and just try to infuse political situations into it. But just think about it. Where is the black journalists that replace like our historic American Freedman journalists?
Right. This is the clip.
They're they're all doing sports.
This is him going back and forth with this white dude that was calling him out.
I wanted to see this because I didn't get a chance to check it.
Yeah, watch this, Ali. This is crazy.
I really don't want to go there. So here's the whole deal. What did he lie about? First of all, he lied about in terms of abortion in 9 months. That was a flat out lie. He lied about HBCU funding. Because the reality is, for 3 consecutive years, Donald Trump submitted a budget cutting HBCU funding.
But that's not what you were talking about.
Excuse me. The program that he cited about HBCU funding, guaranteeing funding, his budget zeroed that program out. It was under Bush, it was reauthorized under Obama, he zeroed it out. It was Congresswoman Alma Allen of North Carolina who put it back in.
How were you in that seat today?
I'm sorry. Let me say it to you.
Why were you in that seat? Who put you in that seat?
Let me say it to you again.
But that's not what you were talking about when you interrupted the speech. You kept saying he lied, but you weren't.
And I'm telling you
that's not what you're talking about.
Let me say
that's not what you said during the speech. I was listening to the speech, and I was listening to you.
First of all, it wasn't a speech.
Interrupt.
Here's the deal.
The 3 panelists and the president. You were not one of the panelists. If you were the journalist, why weren't you up there asking questions?
We have a journalist up here every year. We've been around 49 years. So we have
you
multiple
specifically,
journalists.
why were you not on that stage?
Let me be real clear.
You were just in the audience screaming, "He lied."
Let me be real clear.
From row 1.
Let me be real clear.
Who put you in row 1?
Because you're cute and you get your little video. So you're talking to somebody who has far more history in this organization than you've ever been. So
I'm not a member. That's true. I'm definitely not an NABJ member.
When you're not a member and you have no understanding of our history or our membership, you don't realize founders are sitting here. You don't realize that 4 presidents are sitting here.
Doesn't mean you get to just rudely interrupt from the first row.
Let me say it again.
That's not what journalists do.
Oh, actually, you have to.
You're not a panelist.
Are you a journalist?
I think I am. More so than you.
Are you a
journalist? I'm asking real questions
really?
right now. You're just filibustering.
Are you a journalist? Why are you a journalist? What's your organization?
Because I'm asking questions.
No. What's your media organization?
I'm independent. I'm asking you
What's
questions.
your media organization?
Oh, you need to be in a media organization?
Well, if you're going to be a journalist, you have to be with a media entity.
So right. You need to be paid off by big corporate media?
Actually, what's your media entity?
Who do you work for?
I work for me. I own my company.
Oh, really? So you're an independent journalist?
No.
Isn't that what I just said?
No, actually, but I named
this doesn't make any sense.
It's called Black Star Network. What's your company?
The what?
What's your company?
What's the state media company?
The company.
It's called the company.
Oh, it's called the company?
It's called my company.
Okay, that's cute.
That's great.
Are you the CEO? Are you the CEO?
Maybe.
Are you the
why
CEO?
were you not on that stage?
Are you the CEO?
I think we're done here.
Are you the CEO or
This
you an
is a
employee?
ridiculous
Yes, you're right, because
conversation.
you walked over here. Are you the CEO or you an employee?
No. You were in my ear screaming.
No, actually, I
But
was
that's
in your
something you're
ear.
not even from
You were across the barrier. First of all, we just make it. I'm gonna talk to members. You're not touch me. Do not touch me. Thank you. Move your last one. Don't touch me. I'm done with you. No, actually.
So we see the sucker stuff right at the end. He tried to pull a Karen move, and you know, the guy caught him up. It was like, so wait a minute, you're independent media, dude is saying, and really what Roland was asking was irrelevant. Dude was asking the relevant question. Why are you shouting from the crowd? So when you hear Trump say, I guess this man right here, you're working for him or he works for you or something like that, that's who he's talking to. That's who he's talking to, right? And then the guy, you know, he doesn't make a threatening gesture towards Roland. He taps him on the shoulder and holds out his hand to shake his hand to, you know, be like, all right, it was good having a back and forth with you, some good banter. Roland went full Karen. Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Move your ass on. Like trying to get that sassy moment that he wanted that chick to get up on the stage with Trump.
Could you imagine he said that to him? Man, if Roland would ever say that to me, I will take that bail money. I'm going to knock him right on the floor. Pause. I'm Aaron Roland out. I'm about to tweet that too. I'm going to tag him, man. I'm going to say, yo, I'll take the 5,000 out, 10,000 out. I'm going to beat Roland ass. Pardon me, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do? I close the border. And I do two things because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do? That, and I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down so people can buy bacon again. So people can buy a ham sandwich again. So that people can go to a restaurant and afford it. Because right now people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%. Right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. But I'm against everybody having an electric car. Okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs. And I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
Project 2025.
I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team.
All right.
So leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much, Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
Get that Project 2025 in.
Yeah, but you know what I think it was? I think Roland probably was signaling to her, just cut it off. Because remember, Roland, I want to play another video. We could stop sharing now. So I want to play this other video of Roland. But yeah, go ahead, Ali. What you were saying? My bad, bro.
No, I was just saying they wanted to get that Project 2025 off. I wish they could have got into that. It would have been cool to have a direct exchange with him on that, so he could explain to them that that's not his and his. You know, we just kind of went through his agenda on his website, so I thought it would have been good. Go ahead.
My bad, bro. Let's play Salty Mama real quick. Let's play Salty Mama. He's really salty.
NABJ got played. What happened here was exactly what we said was going to happen. First and foremost, when he at the outset insulted Rachel Scott, the leadership of this organization stood up. Stop this discussion right now. You are not going.
How did he insult her? All he said was, the way you asked me that was very nasty. It was like you didn't even say hello, whatever.
That's right.
He responded to an attack, what was an obvious attack. So I don't know how, like I get it. You don't like him, right? You don't like him. He has some things in the past that some of us don't like. I noticed, I was in New York. So, I understand the sentiment of a lot of people with regard to the brothers from the Central Park matter. So there's a lot of things that go into why people feel the way they feel about him. and I understand it, but in this instance, like, you got to deal with what is, right? And so what I seen was her attacking him, right? She attacked him under the guise of questioning him. It wasn't really a question. It was really an attack, and he was responding to it. And now he's trying to flip it and say that he attacked her or whatever. That's just not what I saw. I didn't see that.
But even if he did, it's fair game, you know. So
That's right. It's fair
you
game.
came at me like that. Now
But that's
she may have had legitimate reasons for coming to him, like, or at least she felt like she had legitimate reasons to come at him like
Roland
that.
was the reason.
But no, but what I'm saying is, even if she really felt that way, she has the right to do that. But guess what? He has the right to come right back and you know, dish it right back out, and then you can't really say nothing about that. You know, where else do you see somebody like straight go for the jugular outside of somebody who is a partisan individual? Like, are you directly working for the Harris campaign? You know, if are you a part of the debate stage for the Harris campaign? If that's the case, is let it be known. Because then, but if you're trying to pose like you're some objective journalist, that's a different thing. You wouldn't expect that person to come and attack like that. But if you do, and he hit back, you can't say nothing. You can go ahead, brother.
To insult a member of this organization like you have insulted April Ryan, Jamel Hill, and Yamiche El-Sindor. I don't care if it's president's candidate. When you do not let someone do that, Rachel Scott held her own. She was good. Harris Faulkner had no business sitting on that stage.
So now Roland gets to decide who gets to sit on the stage. This is supposed to be a collective.
Actually, he didn't. He's talking after the fact.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't, from what I understand about this organization, and I was listening to a Twitter space yesterday, and there was an actual journalist. She got up on the stage, and she is a member of NABJ. She said she can't stand Trump. She said, but how they did this was all wrong. She said they went about it wrong, and they just put a stain on that organization. This clown that we have up on the screen, Auntie Roro, is the very reason why you have that stain on your organization. If you have to have some type of journalistic integrity, and I don't believe that this man has any integrity at all. None. Zero. I just don't. So let's continue.
Fox News paid a $787 million judgment to advance his lies. Fox News should have never been on that stage. That man was rude. He was disrespectful. He did not answer questions. And what happened here was exactly what we told NABJ was going to happen. He played us. He got exactly what he wanted. And so the clips are going to be played. And did he answer questions that relate to African Americans? Hell no. Did he answer questions about black maternal rates? No. Did he answer questions about HBCUs? No. Did he answer questions about black unemployment and black economics? No. That was a travesty that we just witnessed on this stage.
Well, he did answer the HBCU question.
He did answer the question.
And she the one that asked him. She didn't ask him about black maternal rates. Like I said, they
didn't ask him the question.
Yeah, the Democratic policy platforms is literally your mama asking you as a kid, what do you want from the Tooth Fairy? None of this shit happens. None of it. Like, it is the most mentally insulting thing. I said this to someone today. I said, Biden walked into a presidency where he had the House and the Senate. You got the Asian crime bill. You didn't get the George Floyd bill. You didn't get Roe versus Wade. You didn't get everything that they claim they want to codify now. So what's the difference now? No, the difference is that they're running again, so I got to give you something to run on. Because I can't say we have a booming economy. I can't say immigration. Yo, immigration is crazy. Yo, by the day. I seen like a little Peruvian family in front of me this morning at like 6 a.m, and I'm just looking around like, yo, where are y'all coming from? It's like, when I said this the last time y'all were live.
They came from Peru, Dre.
Yo, Ali, you know, like when you just walking down the street and you just see them and you look at them like, and all I could do is shake my head because you could tell they straight off the bus, off the boat, off the bus, back off the boat, right? But it's like I said the other day. The reason why, the main reason why I want Trump to win is because then it gives the BTP platforms and other original and people who are not funded by the DNC an opportunity to crush the Roland Martins, to crush, because if they lose, they don't have no arguing points no more, y'all. For 4 years, they gotta shut up. And this time, then it's y'all time to come and lay the hammer.
And let me say real quick, shameless plug, right? I'm just saying, let me see, can I fit all of this on the banner? Okay, I didn't be, all right, I'm gonna figure that part out. So we have 500 people watching right now. 500 people watching this live stream right now. Most of you are watching from Twitter. I'm looking at the numbers right now. No, I just dropped one, is at 499. We need, you heard what Brother Dre said. We have to become the media platform that helps inform our people. We want to expand, be the power. We want BTP to be our own TYT. This is where we want to have the bulk of our candidates that we promote, that promote our issues, where we want to vet other candidates that claim that they, they're for us. I would love to have Trump on Be the Power, and I would love to have Kamala on Be the Power. I would love to have these individuals at the local level as well, right? Those that are running for, they should have to come through this platform. Family, support the channel. Cash App, Be the Power. We're trying to grow this platform. This platform needs to supersede Roland Martin's platform. I looked on Twitter, and there's one space that's going, it's got like 1.something thousand people in it. Other than that, we have the largest, from what I can see, can't see the whole Twitter, but we have the largest live that's going on Twitter right now. Over 400 and I think it's 440 or 450 people. How did I lose my Twitter page that fast? I don't know what I just did. But anyway, we have about 450 people watching from the Twitter page right now, watching live on Twitter. Come on over to the Be the Power YouTube channel. Click live on click like on the video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We want to make sure that we're doing, and that's not even the space that's live. These are YouTube videos. So we got the third largest at 464 plus live. Roland is next with 1.3 thousand, and Sabby Sabs has 1.9 thousand. It shows us that our voice is growing and that what we have to say actually means something. So again, we would like to transfer some of that energy into our into our Facebook page. Into our YouTube page. I'm trying to talk, read, type everything at the same exact time. So pardon me. But yes, let's get back to it, man. We want to make sure that we are getting the message out. And I didn't want to leave that statement that Dre just made without obviously doing a shameless plug for our platform. So yeah, man, support the platform. Cash App, Be the Power. We're going to do this every week. This is election season. We're going to keep going past election season. We're going to start organizing. Like we have some things that we're working on as an organization that when it's completed, you will be able to say those brothers and sisters of United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen, which is the name of our 501c3, got it right. Visit our website, usadof.org. Become a member of the channel. Follow our Be the Power Twitter page on Twitter at Be the Power 1. Let's go. Let's build this thing up, man. We have to become the voices of our people. We can no longer let Roland Martin and Greg Carr and the other little sassy chick that he have on there and Michael Imhotep. I was cooking him on IG the other day. he won't debate me live. And me and this guy have known each other, or at least known about each other from years, from the Moorish movement, when he was putting out them weak Moorish documentaries with misinformation, right, Ali? So we know that he's not trying to come and have no debates with us at all. So I'm just saying, fam, let's get this thing, going. It's our time now. It's the rise of the freedmen. It's the rise of the freedmen.
I'm done. I don't have anything else to say, y'all. Thank you for being on here with us. We have, the thing is, we have conversations about this stuff every day, all times of the day. And it's just like, it's crazy because when we talk about it at that time, I wish we could click a button on that call and make that call to show, because that's when it's like real fire. That's when it's like pure, fire. But we're glad we're able to come in and have the conversation with everybody. And, I'm looking forward to, having other people. Thank you, Dre, brother. We always love to have you on the BTP platform, man. You just you right. You're a regular brother with us, man. You come up on this joint anytime.
That's a fact, man.
Indeed.
That's I say that's BTP Dre.
That's right. That's right.
Proximity member, right?
Yeah.
The proxy member. We've been saying that for like what? Damn near 3
Logic
years
called
now.
me that.
4 years.
Logic said that.
That's right. That's
right.
I
just build off y'all, because you know me. I'm trying to step away from that stuff, man, because I get triggered now, man. I'm sorry, y'all. They playing with our politics on the level that I don't think a lot of us outside of this panel don't really understand, because that was the perfect opportunity if you had unbiased journalism or journalistic integrity in that room, that we could have fleshed some things out. It didn't have to be personal. And I just think that, I said this last week on the show, like, show me a national platform where there's someone talking on the freedmen behalf, truth to power. There's not one. That's why I say one thing we have to do. Everyone that's watching BTP, anyone that listens, I don't care if y'all do your own channel, but the one thing y'all gotta do on Twitter and YouTube or whatever medium you decide to use is, if Trump wins this election, you gotta go at these people every day now. Why? Because Project 2025 ain't take place. You're not in chains. The democracy didn't end. So what talking points do they have? But if you let them live for them 4 years where they can create another propaganda, then you're back at square one, because MSNBC is going to still be here. CNN is still going to be here. So you got to go at them now. If they lose that election, you got to put the hammer on them, because we have no one in media on a massive level that's speaking to our plight. That's all I'm trying to say.
Exactly. And make sure to tune in this Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, family. We have Sheree Peoples. We have the exclusive interview that we're doing with Sheree Peoples. She was the mother that you see being perk walked. And I remember, and I spoke with the sister earlier, and I remember when I first heard the story, how outraged I was. I mean, I was outraged by this story. And to see this sister being perk walked with the cameras set up so that Kamala could make this political statement that she's tough on parents that, because their children may have skipped school, which wasn't the case with Sheree Peoples. It wasn't the case at all. She had a sick daughter with sickle cell, and she submitted all of her documents and the school ignored it. Everybody ignored it. I just can't wait for the sister to come on and tell her story, because this is going to be a powerful, powerful discussion. Just listening to her earlier, we're going to have our sister Roz on with us, helping to conduct that interview. Shout out to our sister Roz. Shout out to the DMV Freedmen in general.
Yes, shout out to the Freedman family.
That's right. That's right. So y'all make sure y'all tune in this Sunday at 7. I know some of y'all seen this title in the initial headline. My bad. I set up the stream for tonight and the stream for Sunday. And I made a mistake and clicked on Sunday stream. And that's why on Twitter, you're going to see that this particular, the title for that live stream on Twitter, but that was not what tonight's stream was about. Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to talk with this sister. And I mean, let me tell y'all, man, there are some complex layers to this story about Kamala Harris's truancy operation. I'm going to call it an operation, and how it helps create it, how it has helped to create a school to prison pipeline. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to get into this Sunday, man. So y'all make sure y'all tune in, whether you are watching on Twitter or watching on YouTube, tune in, and we want to make sure that we're helping this sister. Her daughter is going through some medical issues. She has a GoFundMe up. Kamala Harris has ruined this woman's life. And I want to make sure that our family is there to support her and her child. So, you know, just be prepared to help out with whatever you can with this sister, because this is going to be important. So I can't wait, man. I can't wait for this one. The stuff that she was telling me today just absolutely, I mean, it blew my mind. It blew my mind.
Can you take down that support the channel Cash App?
Hold on.
Because it's blocking the flyer.
All right, there we go. Yes, man. So yeah, family. Yes, that's it, man. Anybody got anything else that they want to share before they get up off of here?
Much love to everybody. Peace.
Yeah, I share that same sentiment. Everybody who tuned in, especially on X, all of our family on YouTube, y'all already know. We appreciate the support, and like Naheem said, we're going to be back, and we're going to continue talking about this all the way up, and these issues all the way up until the election. So I appreciate you all, and thank you for tuning in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, family. You already know what time it is, man. You know, it's time for us to sign. I still haven't done an intro video yet, bros. I got to get on that, man. I got to get on that. And we're going to start.
Outro?
The outro video. My bad. The outro video. I'll probably work on that tomorrow or something. I don't know. Depending on, I might do it tonight. Who knows? But honest to everybody that tuned in today. You know, especially to all of our regulars, man. Shout out to you all. And we want to make sure that we keep bringing you all this content that we bring. It's our time. Like I always compare us to fledgling baby eagles that's just learning how to fly, where we will grow into adult eagles, and we will fly, we will soar, and we will sink our talons into everything, and whatever that comes against us is going to be food. And it's just as simple as that. So I'll leave you all with the motto of our platform, which is don't just fight the power, become the power. And then and only then will you have the power to make a change. And with that, I say peace.
Peace.